thinking back. Drop the class, too established, that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was that? Living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tried, tell them all. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. Big time. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. Big time. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind. Big time.
There is something about the infinite possibility of the new. A new series of the T100 Triathlon World Tour brings with it new hopes and new dreams, new faces and new places, new plot lines, new subplots, new storylines, new headlines, new challengers for sure, and new champions, well, possibly. If we have learned anything from 2024, this is the toughest endurance racing on the planet. And so it is time once again to buckle up and enjoy the ride, and the swim, and the run.
T100 to me is the UFC of triathlon. You bring together all the distances, Ironman, Olympic distance, sprint distance, all the athletes come to shine over a 100-kilometer distance, and that is why, to me, it's the ultimate speed and endurance test that's out there.
It really is the who's who of this sport. We have everybody here.
And a new era of triathlon about to get underway.
She's just having the ride of a lifetime.
Right now, a new leader for the women.
No one picked Indy Lee to win.
And she has just stunned the world.
They are in a different zip code of pace right now.
Ashleigh Gentle once again shows that in the heat, she is unstoppable. What am I watching?
Time trial masterclass.
Is anyone else on the run yet?
She has completely dominated from start to finish today. Lucy Charles-Barclay has DNF. Look at her getting the crowd up and about. She's done it. The most dominant athlete on the T100 World Tour. No one was on Taylor Knibb's level today. Taylor Knibb will cement herself as the overall leader.
Heartbreaking, come on Ash.
200 meters to go. She makes it number 4 at the biggest of them all. The grand final, Taylor Knibb, you are a world champion!
Great scenes last year. A very warm welcome to you all to the fabulous Marina Bay Sands here in Singapore. Welcome to the start of a new season of the T100, and welcome to an old friend. The GOAT is back, Jan Frodeno, a key part of our coverage once again this season. It's great to see you refreshed, recharged and ready to go again, I hope.
Absolutely, Alex. It's been a wonderful off-season, but I have to say the goosebumps are back. It is go time. What a field we've got for a first race here in Singapore. Conditions are absolutely brutal. I'm looking forward to a cracker of a race.
It's sweaty actually just standing around talking, so good luck to all those involved. But you've just mentioned the fact we've got so much to look forward to. If we learnt a lot in 2024 as the T100 built, what are your expectations for the calendar this time around?
Well, I mean, the calendar is obviously stacked. We've got nine events. And the thing is, last year there was a certain bit of uncertainty, like what's coming, who's going to be there, how does the format actually unroll. We've learned. We've had a whole season, and the quality of field on the first race shows. I mean, athletes are obliged to come here, contracted athletes that is, and we are rewarded from day one with an absolute stunner of a field that normally we would maybe see at a World Championship once a year.
Yeah, it is a brilliant field, as you say, but it doesn't have the defending champion, Taylor Knibb, who is not here for personal reasons. That does open the door for the challengers, and the task for them is to try and break her dominance of last year. How do you do that?
Well, you know, the thing about having an advantage like that and breaking out with an absolutely amazing performance in one season, athletes have had an entire winter to catch up. I had the chance to speak on a panel with a few of the ladies, and they've got a fire in their belly. There is no one there doubting their ability, that they're here for a world title. The race to Qatar is on, and it is really, really refreshing to see, because that dominance, yes, it was there to the point that races were almost a masterclass for us. Hard to keep any suspense, because it was just mind-blowing performance-wise. But I think the girls are excited to give us a wonderful season and some head-to-head racing that we were perhaps missing last year.
And an opportunity today to lay down a marker. And Jan obviously mentioned the race to Qatar. This is how the calendar unfolds. We're in Singapore this weekend. Then it's North America, San Francisco in May, Vancouver in June. Then it's the European leg French Riviera in late June, London in August, Valencia on the 20th of September, back to the US for Lake Las Vegas, and then it's Dubai mid-November before the grand final in Qatar in mid-December. And that is where we will crown our T100 world champion. If you weren't with us last time around, these are the T's and C's. We have 20 men and women contracted to the T100, 9 races, as we've mentioned, including the grand final in Qatar in December. Each athlete must race a minimum of 5 races, which includes Qatar. Points are scored at each race, 35 for coming first, all the way down to 1 for coming 20th. An athlete's season score will come from their best 4 races, plus the points in Qatar, where there are more points on offer as well, up to 55 up for grabs for first place in Qatar. And the world champion, well, they take home a cheque for a cool $210,000 at the end of the season. Now, no defending champion Taylor Knibb, as we've mentioned, but it is a really stacked field, and it's a great pleasure to welcome in the Olympic bronze medalist Vicky Holland, who's going to pick out some of the key names for us to look ahead to in today's race. Vicky.
Hi Alex. Of course, we can't look past Ashleigh Gentle wearing the number 1. She won here last year. Number 2, Julie Deron, had a fantastic second half to 2024, so she's sure to contend. A little bit further down the list, Flora Duffy, focusing on the T100 fully for the first time ever. And Lucy Charles-Barclay is an athlete you can absolutely never write off. Second here last year, and will be looking to go one better. Bit further down the list here, it's really hard to look past those hotshot athletes, those athletes having special contracts, bringing them into the series for the first time. Jessica Learmonth and Kate Woff especially are sure to bring a little bit of flair. Jess being one of the best swimmers in the sport, I think they're here to spice things up.
Fantastic. 1 or 2 known quantities, 1 or 2 here to spring a surprise. And it is the first race of the season, and that brings with it what size of challenge for these athletes?
I mean, it is amazing, right? Because you're trying to convey what you've done in the winter, but there is one thing, pulling off your best performance on a Tuesday afternoon on your home track, and then when the show lights are on, you come to Singapore, everyone's here, and the conditions are, you know, going to definitely play a factor. So you're going to have to probably down your expectations a little bit as well in terms of your pure pace and power output, which the ladies will be seeing on their power meters. So it's definitely a mental challenge as much as it is a physical one, to see if the winter fruits have bared and if it's come off to be as good as you expected.
Would you be someone that would want a fast start here today in Singapore, or would you be someone looking at the hole?
No, I was always someone who go out hard, because the thing is also a mental aspect, right? You want to come out, you want to show that you're a dominating force, you want to create an aura of saying, I am here to win. And that's why the first race is important. It's of course not crucial, there is time to make things up, but you cannot discount the fact of those mental games and what that, you know, gives you as in terms of free speed, because those athletes will be taking that home into the rest of their preparation.
I love the fact you're talking about aura. That is how you build an aura at home, if you were wondering. You've been a busy boy this week because you've also been out and about. Tell us about the GOAT initiative you're part of.
Well, we call it the T100 Captains, which has been a great initiative, I think, to bring in more of the community, right? We're talking about the pros, we're talking about the best in the world, we're talking about 0.01% of performance, but triathlon has and will always live as a competitive sport, and we've got age groupers who are here, have a once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-year chance to race on this course, and we've created this initiative to hear them out. These are the captains who lead a local community, who spread the word, and who are really there to form a part of the T100 circuit, because we've now announced that there's a world championship to be had for amateurs as well over the series. And it's just something where we want to not just throw out a title, here you are on your own, but no, we'd like to be a part of that journey and perhaps, you know, offer some advice for those who seek it.
So many good people within the sport of triathlon, and great to be recognising some of those who put so much in. And Jan also mentioned the amateur element. Well, Vicky also has been out and about this week, talking to one truly remarkable amateur duathlete.
Kogi, could you tell everyone, if you're happy to, how old you are?
Well, I'm 82. According to my birth date, but according to the year they say I'm 80.
And you are still competing in duathlons at 83?
Yes.
And can you tell me why it is that you still love racing in duathlons?
I think it's a challenge to myself, because I only compete with myself. And overcome handicaps which I have, that's something you want to ask me about, because that might bring you back onto the track and the pool again.
Yes, trying to get me back into racing.
Yes.
And do you have a message for people who might think that they're too old to do something like this?
Well, what I say is that you should set yourself a goal. Don't be too ambitious. Set a modest goal, which you can achieve. Because once you have achieved that, you can then build on it. If you set yourself too high a goal and you fail, then you've got a tougher time to pick up again.
Well, great kudos. A doff of the cap to you. So not doing much for those of us who have a weekly jog around the park, and that's the limit of our physical capabilities. But 82 and still doing the business, which is great to see. I'm struggling with the Singapore heat, full stop. Tell me about the challenge of Singapore as an arena for these athletes today.
So arguably, I would say Singapore is actually the toughest course we've got on the circuit. We have got swim temperatures. You could see in the warm-up that we were just witnessing from the ladies that, I mean, they're barely moving, right? They're just doing the absolute minimum because the water's already somewhere around 30 degrees, which makes a big difference once you're in it. The bike course is 9 laps, and it's up or down. It's unrelenting. There's just no way to coast. There's no way to tactically sit there, and there's going to be a lot of what we call concertinaing, where athletes come together and pull apart, accelerations, that kind of thing. And then on the run, you're just dealing with heat and humidity, and you're running past an air-conditioned Marina Bay sand,
ice cream shops and cool drinks,
and people sipping cold drinks, and it's brutal. So it's definitely going to be a race of resilience. It's going to be a race of patience, and it's going to be a test of mental strength.
A few key individuals. Lucy Charles-Barclay. The expectations on her are where this year?
Lucy Charles-Barclay has always got a target on her back. Wherever she goes, she does certainly have that personality and just draws athletes and motivates them to beat her. I certainly am very keen to see someone like Flora Duffy. You could see a lot of athletes here wearing ice vests and cooling off. She was just straight into it. She didn't mind. This is her element. And we had a few others. Obviously have to talk about Ashleigh Gentle. She is arguably the queen of Singapore. She's won here twice. She won from a position that seemed unwinnable last year. And that's what makes her the champion athlete that she is.
Fantastic. Ashleigh Gentle is up for the three-peat here in Singapore. A remarkable set of results last year, but ultimately falling short to the great Taylor Knibb. But it's Ashleigh's opportunity here in Singapore today as the athletes make their way down to the start line. The road to Qatar starts here in Singapore. These remarkable endurance athletes are ready to go, and so are we, as we hand you over to your starter.
Singapore T100 Triathlon runner-up, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Wearing number 5 from Bermuda, the 2020 Olympic champion, Flora Duffy. Wearing number 4 from the United Kingdom, the inaugural T100 champion from Miami, India Lee. Wearing number 2 from Switzerland, the 2024 Olympic silver medalist, Julie Deron. Wearing number 1 from Australia, she is your defending champion, the Singapore T100 2024 Please welcome Ashleigh Gentle.
Well, hello everyone. The T100 is back. The race to Qatar begins right here in Singapore. In the shadow of the Marina Bay Sands Hotel, we've got some of the finest triathletes in the world ready to go.
Athletes, you're now in the hands of the starter.
On your marks.
And we are racing here in Singapore. The conditions are as challenging as it gets. A water temperature of 30.3 degrees and an air temperature of 34.7 degrees. This is going to be as brutal and unrelenting as it gets for these athletes. I'm Matt Baker, and alongside me for this one is the 2018 World Triathlon Champion and Olympic and Commonwealth Games medalist, Vicky Holland. Vicky, the T100 is back, and what a location to kick things off.
Oh, Matt, I was sat here as we were doing those call-outs and I was getting goosebumps all over me watching the athletes come down to the start. It is so good to be back, and what a location for it. We've got to start by saying that we're just barely 100 metres into the swim, and already look how far that's strung out. The athlete nearest to camera leading that line is Jess Learmonth, and on the other side is Lucy Charles-Barclay. No surprise at all to see it be those two athletes leading, and I'm sure they're going to make it really hard for the other girls from the very, very first moments.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see those athletes. I mean, in terms of swim caps, we've got a blue swim cap for Lucy Charles-Barclay. Keep your eye on her, because she absolutely is going to be right at the very front of this swim. I mean, Vicky, just explain the tactics at this stage. Some of those athletes are going to go out hard and fast. What's the advantage of doing that so early on?
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. You want to make it as hard for everyone behind you as you possibly can, and someone who's got a real strength in the swim, like a Lucy Charles-Barclay and a Jess Learmonth, they want to make that break early. They want to make a bit of distance between themselves and others and make it as hard for everyone else as they possibly can do. We can see here, so it's Jess Learmonth closest to screen, Lucy Charles-Barclay on the other side, both wearing those blue hats. Tucked in on their feet, we've got Flora Duffy, and just a little bit of distance appearing between her and Kate Woff, who's currently swimming in 4th place. The one athlete I was expecting to possibly make this little breakaway on top of that is Taylor Spivey, so expect to see her come round as well and possibly join these front runners.
Yeah, Flora Duffy, a 5-time Olympian and stepping up to this distance, said she's got a lot to learn, but it's great to see her come to the T100 and be here more regularly across the 2025 season. And Lucy Charles-Barclay very much at the front there as well.
Yeah, I'm just picking out now that that's Taylor Spivey. She's got the orange hat on, so she's actually midway down the field, but don't write her off at this point. She's definitely someone who moves through really well as races go on. But with such a unique swim as this, it might be a case of actually being very strategic. So we're seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jess Learmonth really string this out early on. But some athletes really find that the hot water is so sapping and so draining that it's actually really difficult to maintain your body temperature being at a normal heat if you don't pace yourself a little bit more than you normally would do in the swim. And once you're hot, especially in a course like this where the temperatures are so high, the humidity is so high. You have to be maybe a little bit more careful on the swim than you might do ordinarily.
Well, we're going to hear from some athletes, I should say, throughout the course of the show today. And we're going to kick things off with Lucy Charles-Barclay, right there at the front. Here she is speaking earlier this week about what it's like being a role model for all triathletes in the sport.
That was an age grouper myself. That's how I got into the sport. I feel like it's really important to have those role models to look up to. I certainly did when I came into the sport. I was so excited watching all of the pros compete and being able to compete on the same course as the professional athletes. So the fact that T100 are doing that and there's age group racing and we get to support them and then they will come and support us racing as well. I think that's the really unique thing about triathlon is kind of that real camaraderie between the age groupers and professionals. We really do respect each other because triathlon is hard whatever level you're doing it at. So it's such an incredible sport, and the atmosphere that triathlon delivers, and definitely T100, is incredible. I think it's so incredible, this sport, to be able to have a platform to inspire so many young women around the world. I kind of started racing with battle braids right from the very beginning, and I felt like it was almost like this little bit of confidence that I could carry, like when the braids go in, I'm going into battle, I'm going to race. If I see young women all around the world putting their braids in, tagging me on social media, and it really just is amazing to see that, and it really just gives me a huge buzz, I think, just knowing that I'm able to give such a positive impact in a world where there's a lot of negativity going on. Just being able to spread a bit of kind of joy and goodness in the world is really important to me.
Yeah, she's absolutely one of the most popular names in our sport. Over 500,000 followers on Instagram doesn't lie, does it, Vicky? I mean, people really look up to Lucy, don't they?
Oh yeah, she's become bigger than just our sport. She is one of the very few athletes in triathlon who has transcended the sport and is now worldwide famous. And what she does for our sport is really special. And like she said there, she's got her battle braid sort of tag that people really buy into and sort of tag her in, and she gets all these notifications about that, and it's really special that she is such an icon really for women in sport.
And showing us all how it's done by being at the front of the swim. Should we just have a little look further back, see who we can pick out? So I think that's Kate Woff in the yellow cap, and I think the purple in there of India Lee as well. And yeah, great to see her make a good start here in the swim.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the athlete in the white hat who's just gone round her, swimming with a really high cadence, I think is Julie Deron. Now, it's harder to pick out because she's in white, but I think that would be Julie Deron. And if that is, that's a brilliant swim for her. At the moment, Taylor Spivey is the last athlete in that pack wearing the orange. So I was originally thinking there might be 4, possibly 5 athletes making a little bit of a break. So far, that's actually a bigger pack than I expected. So that could be, as we said earlier, kind of due to those water temperatures, and maybe Lucy and Jess not pushing quite as hard as they might do, or it might just be a testament to the fact that these girls have really been working on their swim, because they know with the caliber of athletes they're racing against, they have no choice but to really put the pressure on their swim and bring their level up in training.
Yeah, for someone like Jess, who is so good in the swim, for her, is it all about going out so hard now, try and bank up as much time as she can? And is it a case of, well, you know, you hope by the time you get to the run, you've still got enough left in the tank to make an impact there?
Jess is an athlete who we've not seen race on the T100 yet, but she has raced over short course for many years, and her absolute MO has always been to swim as hard as possible, come out with as fewer people as possible, and sort of say, catch me if you can, who can get to me. What we shouldn't do, though, is ignore the fact that she's actually a brilliant cyclist. She's really, really strong cyclist, and her and Flora Duffy teamed up really often in short course racing to try and break away from the rest of the field. So they're swimming right next to each other right now. That's Lucy Charles is leading, Jess just swimming on her hips, and Flora behind her. And so those athletes would work together really, really nicely in this kind of racing.
Well, there was a lovely bit of footage of both Flora and Jess yesterday doing the swim familiarisation, and they're quite a pair. They've got really good chemistry between them, and I believe that they haven't raced at this distance together, have they, in the past? So this is something really unique and special for their friendship and relationship across competition, that they've been able to come here and compete.
Yeah, I spoke to Flora the other day and I said, oh, when was the last time you got to race with Jess? And she said it was November of 2021. And for athletes who have very similar racing styles that go out hard, make it really tough from the beginning, stretch things out from the swim, that's a long time not to be with one of your best racing buddies. But we should mention that in that time, Jess Learmonth had a near career-ending injury that she actually sustained here in Singapore. And then on top of that, she's had a baby. So Jess's little one is about 18 months old now, and she's had some injuries in her build back to racing since that point. So it's really fantastic to see her back racing. She is one of the hot shots that I am most excited to see race this year. I know she feels that her run isn't quite where she'd like it to be yet, but she's swimming, biking really well. I know she's done tons of heat prep for the incredibly specific conditions that we have here in Singapore, and I just think she's going to shake up the race a bit.
Well, fingers crossed. Let's probably get a good opportunity to tell you a little bit about the course, the swim course. They're going to go and do a 1 kilometre loop before they come out at the Aussie exit. At that point, we will then understand the time gaps between all the athletes. They'll then get back in the water, do another kilometre before they exit into the first transition zone. 2 kilometres in this water, Vicky. I mean, just try and break down exactly how warm these conditions are for the athletes in the water.
Yeah, so the water temperature here is about 30.3 degrees Celsius. That was the official temperature given 1 hour before race start. And to be clear, it's incredibly rare for us to swim in water that is over 30 degrees. Usually, I mean, a racing swimming pool is about 26 degrees, and those extra 4 degrees are huge. They feel massively different. And for some people, swimming in hot water is just like the hardest thing that you can do. The feeling of being almost really sluggish and being heavy in the water is really hard to overcome, and it's something that's really, really difficult to train. You can become heat adapted by doing all the efforts, the work in a heat chamber or going to really hot locations, but being good at swimming in these conditions is really, really difficult, and it's something that I think you're either good at or you're not, and it's really hard if you're not.
Well, we'll certainly get on to talk about the heat prep that the athletes have done over the winter in order to get here in peak condition. They've done a lot of work, obviously, on the bike and on the run. But not only that, they've got to. It must be a lot harder then to actually get that temperature. It's not like you can go down to your local swimming pool and say, "Oh, do you mind jacking up the temperature a little bit?" It's very unique, isn't it?
Oh, incredibly unique. Yeah, finding a swimming pool that is over 30 degrees, if you're pretty much going to a spa pool, it's near on impossible. So really, really difficult. And we should also mention that this loop that they're swimming now is completely different to the second 1 kilometre loop that they're going to do. So the swim is actually a point to point, and they get out a bit further down the Marina Bay.
Well, the Aussie exit is in sight for these athletes as they make their way round the final buoy, and they will get out. And as I say, it will be a good opportunity for us to see exactly what these time gaps are, because there is quite a stretch, isn't there, between that first group. There's two athletes on their own, and then an athlete by themselves right at the back there.
Well, what's interesting is since we last talked about who'd made that group, I think 1 or 2 more athletes have actually tapped on the back. I just noticed the pink hat of Ashleigh Gentle, or pale purple, I'm not entirely sure what colour it is, but the last hat in that group was definitely Ashleigh Gentle. So she's made it onto that pack, which is the perfect start for someone like Ashleigh. We know that her swim is solid, if not amazing, and so for her to come out on the back of a pack with the likes of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jess Learmonth and Flora Duffy, that will be exactly what she would have hoped for.
Yeah, she had to make up 5 minutes last year on the run, and if she can reduce that slightly, I'm sure she'll be very, very happy by the time she puts her running shoes on. Incidentally, on the cap colour, I think we can call it hot pink.
Hot pink we're going for. I wasn't sure if we were going to go a bit more lilac, but you know, maybe we'll assess that when they come out at the Aussie exit.
Did you have any superstitions for hat colours?
Well, in the racing I did, we didn't get to choose our hat colours or anything like that. In short course racing, you get given one colour if you're in numbers 1 to 10, and then a different colour if you're 11 to 20. So you always wanted to have a yellow hat because that meant you were one of the best athletes. But yeah, no superstitions on that for me. So it looks like that is still Lucy Charles-Barclay, the distinctive stroke of Lucy at the front there. Jess Learmonth going slightly wide of her at this point, and Flora Duffy still tucked in third. But that group has swollen now. I'm trying to count how many athletes. I think that's 9, 10 athletes that have made that front pack, which is a huge group, really, when we think of the calibre of the front swimmers. We just weren't expecting to have this many athletes here. But again, could that just be the conditions telling the story?
What do you like about Lucy Charles-Barclay's stroke? We've got a really nice angle of it here, nice and close.
She has incredible cadence. She maintains a really high cadence swimming in open water, and it's sort of infallible because nothing's going to get in the way when you're just swinging your arms over that fast.
So they make their way onto the Aussie exit, and yeah, trying to get out as smoothly as possible, not moving all that quickly because they are, as you would imagine, their heart rate is going to be super high at this point.
That's right. So it was Julie Derron, I think, who made that pack. And I actually also noticed, and that's Ashleigh Gentle just jumping in right at the back of that pack. So that is the full pack there. And I noticed that Jess Learmonth took a good look around, and I think she was incredibly surprised to see how many people were there, because she actually said a couple of words to Lucy Charles-Barclay. I didn't catch exactly what they were, but it was definitely surprised to see how many people were there.
Speed up, slow down?
I think it would have been speed up. I think it was, we need to go faster. We don't want this many athletes with us. That's Marta Sanchez coming out there in this little group of two, and I think Cecilia Perez, but we'll wait for that split to come up.
Yeah,
An athlete we haven't mentioned is Hannah Berry. Now, she's made that front pack. That's a great swim from her as well. So, you know, we've got India Lee in there as well. We thought that was Indy. Julie Derron made it. That's some brilliant swimming, I think, from Hannah Berry and Ashleigh Gentle to make that front pack, because those swimmers are fast.
Yeah, Hannah Berry already raced this year in Geelong, came second in the 70.3 there. So I guess, look, you're coming into an event like this already with a bit of prep behind you. It must make a bit of a difference when you get to the start line.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a real combination here. We've got certain athletes who are coming in for their first race of the season. Actually, quite a lot of the field are doing their first race of the season. And then some athletes have already raced once or twice. As you said, Hannah Berry's already raced, and one or two others. But looking back at the swim now, I can see that Jess Learmonth has gone to the front, and I think that is because she saw at that Aussie exit that there was a much bigger group than she would have hoped for, and so she's pushed on instead. Here we go, I think, is that Els Visser?
That's Els Visser, yeah, making her way round. Now, she's one of a few athletes that raced in Ironman in South Africa last weekend, and we'll get into this, I'm sure, a little bit later, just how impressive it is that those guys did it. For Els Visser, she pulled out of the marathon. She decided she wanted to try and preserve herself for the T100 this weekend. So yes, good to see her here in Singapore.
Yeah, I think she actually was a bit sick. I think she had some illness going into the race, and so didn't feel very good going into the marathon, and at that point decided to pull out. But yeah, incredible to be doing an Ironman and then this race a week later.
Well, just like last season, across the year, athletes will be competing to become the T100 World Champion. But who will finish first this year in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
So a brand new race right at the end of the year, and we'll of course keep you informed on who is going to be at the top of those standings in the race to Qatar throughout the races and throughout the season.
Jess just taking a little bit of a look back there, trying to see whether that pressure she's put on has done any damage, and so far it doesn't look like they have managed to drop anyone from that pack. Maybe right at the back there it's looking like the final athlete might just be struggling to keep on now, but she's only managed to, yeah, maybe just distance one or two of them. There we go. So there is one athlete off the back now. So she's starting to make a little bit of damage, and there's a little bit of daylight between the yellow hat of Kate Waugh and the purple hat of Indy Lee. It's not critical at this point, but that is now going out to close to one body length, and that might make it a little bit harder for Indy to hold on as we go into the last part of this swim.
Well, sitting there in third is Flora Duffy, and despite all her experience, there are still a few names that the Olympic legend is yet to race at the T100 distance. Here she is, speaking about how she's preparing for that challenge.
This year, I think there's a lot of new girls entering the scene, a lot of them that I've raced over a short course, a lot of really good swimmers. I mean, we have the likes of Jess Learmonth coming back. I've raced with her many years. She's a phenomenal swimmer, so the likes of her and Lucy Charles is definitely going to make the swim super fast. I must say, like, I think the T100 swim is now going to be actually harder than a World Triathlon swim, which is like kind of hard to believe, because typically as you move up a distance, the swim gets a little bit more relaxed. But it's going to be a really key and crucial part of the race. It should definitely help me, because I should be capable of swimming with those two, and that hopefully put some distance between the likes of us and Ashleigh Gentle, Julie Derron, sort of that group of women. So yeah, I'm really hoping that it breaks up the race from the start and just puts everyone, just everyone on their limit from the start. And I think, yeah, it can really shape the race differently.
So interestingly there, Flora was talking about trying to get away from the likes of Julie Deron, but right now, the athlete right on her feet is Julie Deron. So that's been a fantastic swim for her. And just while we were hearing Flora talk there, it really has been the moment that elastic has snapped between Kate Woff and Indy Lee. So now that pressure that Jess Learmonth has exerted at the front of the race has paid off, and we're seeing a group of 5 athletes get away. We've got Jess Learmonth at the front, Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, Flora Duffy in third, Julie Deron in fourth, and Kate Woff in fifth. And in the orange hat now, trying to bridge across on her own, that is Taylor Spivey. She found herself on the wrong feet. She was just a little bit too far down, as we see some of our local wildlife enjoying the swim. But yes, Taylor Spivey's realised that she's missed the jump, and so she's now making that jump, she's jumping that gap on her own.
Yeah, everyone wants a piece of the action, even the otters here in Singapore. They've got probably the best view in the house being right next to them. I wonder who would win between an otter and some of our elite triathletes.
I think they've got an advantage.
I'm sure they do. Well, that's maybe something we can do in the years to come.
And that's Julie Deron. That's Julie Deron we're watching there in the white hat. This has been a brilliant swim from her. I mean, we saw some incredible racing from her in the second half of last season. She was really the breakout star in both short course and middle distance of the year, with her second place at the Olympic Games, following that up with 3 second place finishes in a row on the T100 tour. So that's why she's contracted this year. That is why she is one of the absolute favourites. She's done clearly a lot of work on her swim over the winter, because this is a brilliant swim for her. She's been based out in China for a lot of the winter with her coach. And yeah, she's turned up here and putting down a statement of intent very early on, swimming on the feet of Flora Duffy, with only Flora, Jess Learmonth and Lucy Charles-Barclay in front of her at this point.
Yeah, year of second places in 2024, which is no mean feat, given the people that she beat. Obviously, as you mentioned, that silver medal as well at the Olympics. I mean, interesting that she's training in China, quite a unique place for an athlete to train, particularly in triathlon. What do you make of why she's gone out there?
Well, it's all down to where her coach is based. Julie Deron is coached by Brett Sutton, one of the most notorious coaches in triathlon, and he is also the head coach of the Chinese Triathlon Federation at the moment. So all of the athletes who do work with Brett tend to base themselves over in China for at least part of the year. And I know Julie's been out there since, I think, January, so she's done a big block of training out there now. No idea what the facilities are like, but knowing China, I imagine they're pretty good.
So we've got about half a kilometre left of this swim before the athletes will make their way into the first transition zone. Just trying to work out. I mean, Vicky, just give us some context as well on how we can see right there they're staying right on the feet of the athlete in front in open water, particularly. I mean, how critical is that to help and enable you to go or put as minimal effort in as possible?
Yeah, it's a huge advantage. Learning where to swim next to someone or on their feet, as we see Julie Deron just moving up past Flora Duffy, as we say. This is a phenomenal swim from Julie Deron. So you really want to sit right on someone's feet, your hand be almost touching their toes as you go into the water. It's a fine balance. You don't want to inhibit them. You don't want them to struggle, but you also, because that obviously slows you down as well, but you also want it to be as easy as possible for you. And this is incredibly interesting here. Flora Duffy, one of the absolute best swimmers in the sport, seemed to be struggling just a little bit to stay on the back of Lucy Charles-Barclay and Jess Learmonth. And it's Julie Deron who has gone round. Now, I don't think anybody would have picked that as a scenario before the race today. She is obviously swimming incredibly well and incredibly confident in how she's doing in the swim. Not just that, but how she's dealing with the hot conditions, because I wouldn't be surprised that she's had to find out that she's had to go really hard, put in a real surge, and you don't want to do that too early in a race with such hot conditions. But she's done that with seeming pretty much easy. It looked like that she just popped herself back on there. and it was Kate Woff who was sort of going with her. Kate Woff, the yellow hat, was just on Julie Deron's feet. Now, we can't see her unless the camera pans out a tiny bit, but I do think there is someone pretty close to Julie's feet. So really interesting move there. Flora deciding to just back it off a little bit, and these other athletes go round her.
Yeah, and just in front, we can see Jess Learmonth, I think, has overtaken Lucy Charles-Barclay, so able to share a bit of the load out there at the front. So Jess Learmonth out in front, Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, and Julie Deron in third. Kate Woff in fourth, and there's not long to go in this swim. I mean, I imagine the athletes right now, I know their heart rates will be super high, but at what point in this swim do you start to think about the transition zone and that emergence into the second half of your race?
Yeah, by now they really will be thinking about all the little things that they want to get right in transition. Now, we are on a middle distance race. It's not short course like some of the athletes in this front pack are used to, where the transitions are critical. But equally, with a slightly larger pack up front, they're going to want to get through transition pretty swiftly, get themselves out onto the road with a bit of clear road in front of them, not be too bunched up too early. No one wants to be in risk of getting a penalty. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're already starting to consider it. And that's a really great shot we've got there, because you can see that it's Flora Duffy who has been distanced just slightly off the back. Taylor Spivey and Kate Woff have gone round her, along with Julie Deron, and then there's just a couple of body lengths between them and Flora. Now, this could be really sensible from Flora. She might have just been thinking, you know what, this is getting a little bit too hot to handle, both in terms of pace and actual body temperature, but she's just backed it off a little bit, and there is a little bit of distance between her and the front five going into transition.
We should also mention as well, shouldn't we, looking at the conditions out there, it is hot. And I know we keep saying that, but there is now no cloud cover, particularly over the swim, but this is going to have an impact on them, isn't it? As they go through the transition, they're going to want to be loading up with ice in order to try and cool their body temperature down as much as possible.
Yeah, with the extreme temperatures we've got here, the T100 have provided all the athletes with a box of ice right next to their transition zone. So don't be surprised to see them dunk that over themselves, put some down their suit just as they go.
All right, as they exit the De Boer swim course, they are making their way onto the Aussie exit and out onto the pontoon. And they will try and get their swim skins off as quickly as possible, because you do not want to be running in these amount of layers in this heat.
Yeah, we just saw Julie Deron run past Lucy Charles-Barclay, so she's going to be on a big, big high right now. Jess Learmonth already pouring water over herself as she heads into transition, trying to take on some fluids. Julie Deron right on her heels. Lucy Charles-Barclay in third. Kate Woff there in fourth. And it was Taylor Spivey just coming up the ramp behind her in the purple hat. We'll have a little bit of a gap back to Flora Duffy before we see the rest of our athletes.
Absolutely. So they make their way past the cheering crowds, which is great to see here in Singapore, onto the blue carpet and round to the bikes.
Wow.
Well, as they come into transition, we're standing alongside Jan at this point in time. Just give us a little summary of the opening pack that we've got here.
Oh my gosh, I am blown away. There's Julie Deron leading them into T1. Then we've got Lucy Charles-Barclay, who was only out in third. We've got Kate Woff, and last, I didn't see Lucy Charles-Barclay here, just putting the ice over her head, something that Sam Laidlow actually invented, getting their swim skin off. You can see they're already struggling under the heat. Taylor Spivey coming in right here. She is just on the tail end, but looks to have a good transition. Choosing to put on her socks first, which is an interesting technique that obviously saves her time in the second transition. And Flora Duffy struggling early on. We did not expect her to be in this position. I mean, again, this is their marginal positions, but this is certainly the biggest pack we've ever seen in T1.
Fascinating, the ice in the helmet, and it's almost like a sort of ice bath to try and cool you down before you get onto the bike. But these are these little marginal gains. Tell me about how much today these athletes are racing these elements that we've got here, as much as themselves and those around them.
Absolutely. I mean, the ice is much about feeling cool as well, just having some little moment of reprieve from the relentless heat. We see Ashleigh Gentle coming out here. She's actually had a decent swim, I would say, with India Lee just on her heels. This is shaken up. This is certainly not what the Bettys would have predicted in terms of a triathlon and transition one turnout. Ash choosing to take the ice out of her helmet before she puts the helmet on, and not messing around with any socks or any ice cubes that she will put into her suit. She's out there making sure she gets on the back of that pack and wasting no time at all. As next we see Hannah Wells, I believe, getting ready, and about half the bikes are gone.
They are, and they're out on course where hopefully a little bit of the breeze might do wonders for their thermal temperature. The question I wanted to ask you is, when you entered transition, were you somebody who clicked in and had to really concentrate, or were you someone who'd had your routine down to a T and it was just a momentary gentle reset and off you go again?
I would love to say I had it down pat, but quite honestly speaking, I was terrible at especially transition one. I always chose to swim with my suit down, which is now no longer allowed. Athletes have to have their shoulders covered, which means that their race suits, their aerodynamic suits are on already. So that kind of was always my thinking, and we're seeing much better transitions from these ladies than what I would have ever done. As we see the next group coming in here, 3 athletes. We've got Sanchez, Grace Tech, and we have got Cecilia Perez. All these athletes probably be used to the heat. Again, choosing these breathable socks to go into their suits and cool them down, give them any reprieve from this relentless heat.
Okay, time for you guys to have another spot as well. Well done, Jan. Thank you. Back to you in commentary.
Yeah, so we can see them going up the Benjamin Shears Bridge. This is, well, the incline going up there is pretty brutal, isn't it, Vicky?
Absolutely, and I'm interested that Julie Deron's actually in the tri-bar position. She's down on her bars because a lot of the athletes at this point choose to be out of them because it is pretty steep. And you can see the gear that she's pushing. She is an athlete who's known to ride a really, really big gear, and that's something that's synonymous with her coach, Brett Sutton. That is something that a lot of his athletes do. It's kind of their way. It's very noticeable the way that those athletes ride. And I think as we pan back, that's Jess Learmonth in second. They were certainly the first 2 athletes out of transition. But what an interesting transition that was, because so many of them choosing different tactics of how they were going to cool themselves, but also get out as fast as possible. We saw some of them putting the helmets on with the ice still in there. We saw some of them dumping the ice out first. We saw some people stopping and taking time to put these sort of breathable packs that we've now got with ice down their front, some putting them down the back, some people not using them at all. We saw Taylor Spivey putting socks on, most of the athletes not. Really different techniques as they now head out onto this bike course.
But it's an interesting question, isn't it? Because ultimately, yeah, you might spend a few extra seconds in transition cooling yourself down, but that could have a massive effect on how you perform out on track.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you have to consider as a strategy. Is it worth your time to do these cooling strategies, and how will that benefit you later on in the race? And I think on these courses, it's worth it. And that was Els Visser there coming through, last year's 3rd place finisher here. So she had a fantastic race in 2024, and she will know that the day is not done when you come out the water. There is a lot of racing still to go, and she was phenomenal on both the bike and run legs last year. She is currently over 5 minutes down, so that is a lot of ground to make up. But in the conditions that we have here, if you're good in the heat, it's something that you can absolutely chew up that time and make it back to the front of the race.
She said it was a dream to be on the podium last year, and fantastic to see her do exactly that. So we're going to get a good look at this, I think, because she is the only athlete in and around her. So she's coming through, and she'll take off that swim skin.
That's right, all her equipment now has to go in that box that she's just put it in, otherwise that would incur a penalty. Putting that ice bag, as I said, the material of the bag is sort of breathable this year. The athletes requested that, so the T100 have delivered some nicer materials for them, which means that, because the bags they were using before, making them hot, because they had them plastic down their front, so now they've got these much better materials for them.
I imagine, though, no matter how many times you do a transition, it always feels, seat of the pants stuff. It must be, frantic. You're knackered, but obviously you're trying to go through as quickly as possible.
You can be, and for someone like Els there, she knows that she's not in a great position right now, and so it's easy to panic, but she didn't panic at all there. I thought that was incredibly smooth, a really nice, fast transition, and now she can get out onto the two legs that she prefers. That's Kate Woff we're watching there. So Kate is one of our new athletes. She's a hot shot to the series this year, and that means she's someone who hasn't raced over these distances before, but given her profile of racing over short course, she was given the opportunity to come and try and mix things up in this level of racing. And she is known in short course racing for being a really complete athlete. She can swim well, she can bike well, she can run well, and I know she's really excited to challenge herself over this kind of racing where she can show her talents on the bike, which maybe you don't get to show that often in short course racing.
Yeah, so the athletes making their way, as I mentioned, up this really sharp part of the Benjamin Shears Bridge. If it looks like this on TV, if it looks steep on TV, you can guarantee it's even steeper in real life.
Yeah, that's right. I think I was actually thinking they were on this part of the course when I said earlier about being surprised they were on the tri-bars, but this is where you can see how tough it is. So Jess Limont has overtaken Julie Deron now. She is at the very front of the race, and you can see the effort that you have to put in. She's just going back down onto the bars now. But this goes to what I was saying earlier. You know, Jess is someone who is known as being one of, if not the best swimmer in triathlon. Herself and Lucy Charles-Barclay sort of share that title. But people don't often give her the credit that she deserves for the cyclist that she is. And she is a phenomenal rider, and I know that she will be doing everything she can to try and get herself a bit of a lead as she heads onto the run. That close-up image we got of her there, you could just see her bottle. That's a Team GB bottle, because we should also mention Jess Limont has an Olympic gold medal from the mixed team relay in Tokyo, so she's an incredibly established all-round athlete. And while we haven't yet seen her racing on the T100 circuit, I know she's incredibly excited to get out there and get amongst it.
Yeah, it was a frustrating season, wasn't it, for her last year? She was due to race in London at the T100, had to pull out due to an injury. And yeah, it's really good to see her back racing in T100.
I think that was just a shot of Mintu Hukur, who's our final athlete out of the water. So she's another athlete who got a wild card just a few weeks ago, Finnish athlete. And her story's fascinating. She was hit by a car last year, and they actually ran over both of her ankles. She's incredibly lucky to be able to walk again, let alone do triathlon. So it's a really cool story that we've got her here racing today.
Yeah, works as an exercise physiologist as well. Well, we were talking about Jess Limont earlier. We mentioned she's had some nasty injuries. She's also taken some time out to become a mother. Let's hear from her chatting about how it's been becoming a mum and how it's changed her approach to triathlon.
It's quite difficult for me to predict how I'll do, because I'm a totally different athlete now since I've had Fred. All my training's changed completely, so I'm not the athlete I was, you know, prior. So there seems to be a lot more women in sport that have got children. I think physically there's absolutely no reason why athletes can't do it. I think the main thing is support network that you've got to kind of help you train, and that's why every mother's got a completely different story and situation. So. But yeah, physically, there's absolutely no reason why any athlete couldn't do as I've done, and I would recommend it. It's fantastic, and I think when you've had a long career in the sport, it's quite nice to have a new venture and a new way of training. Because I'd never have changed the way I trained, because you just don't as an athlete. You're scared of changing anything. So when you're forced to, it just kind of spices it up, really. And you've got a bundle of joy to come home to every day, so it's good.
Well, the person sitting opposite me also did something very similar, didn't you, Vicky? I mean, how much of what Jess says there can you relate to?
Yeah, the idea that your body is totally different after you have a baby is something that, yeah, I absolutely relate to. And on top of that, just how you have to juggle things with childcare. It's a very different world coming back, but I also totally agree with her when she said it's worth it, because it is probably the most rewarding thing I ever did as an athlete, was that year when I came back to racing after I'd had my daughter, and it does give you just a different perspective on things. And I love that there are more and more women now seeing that they can do this. This is a possibility if you want to. And we should also mention the PTO were absolutely instrumental, and they were the leaders in bringing out a maternity policy, which means that their athletes now can go off, have children, have their ranking protected while they do that, and then come back and race again. And that's really important. Other federations, other organising bodies are now doing that as well, but that wasn't the case before. And yeah, they've really been the trailblazers there. So Jess Learmont there, still seeing her charge on and doing it for the mums.
Yeah, did you find yourself being asked quite a lot of questions by other athletes about it, and perhaps wanting to do similar things themselves?
Yeah, definitely, especially regarding, I think, the logistics of it. I think mostly athletes were unsure how to navigate that and how to make it work. And I would say I'm not an expert on it, but it was something that we learned as we went, and had a huge amount of support from family, my husband's family, and that's so important. I wouldn't have been able to get back there without them.
All right, well, the T100 isn't just about the pro athletes. Thousands of amateurs will race the 100 distance across the season and across the world. Come and join us.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No. Yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Watch the game change, yeah.
And entry is currently open for London and Vancouver. So if you like what you're seeing, find your race at t100triathlon.com. So we can see Flora Duffy making her way up the Benjamin Shears Bridge. I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation around her move to middle distance and what she's been doing in order to get up to speed to middle distance. I mean, if you, Vicky, were about to take on a T100 or move from short course, how would your training adapt and evolve?
Well, it's interesting. It does have to change. It definitely does. And I've spoken to quite a few athletes this week who have done exactly that. We've got a big influx of short course athletes moving across to the middle distance this year. And the biggest thing, my biggest takeaway from those conversations is that, firstly, the actual overall volume of training hasn't really changed very much. They're already training 25 to 30 hours a week, some of them more than that. Most of these athletes were already doing that anyway. But what they have done is taken down the intensity a little bit, and they're doing a lot more a sort of tempo and threshold rather than above that. So that's probably been the biggest change.
Beautiful shots there just before of the Cloud Dome, the Forest Dome at the Marina, the Gardens, I should say, here in Singapore. Yet to go, but going to try and squeeze that in.
Yeah, we've not been here long enough, have we? We haven't had a chance to do the sightseeing yet, but you know, the last time I was here, I got to see the light show at Gardens by the Bay, and that was pretty special. So maybe we'll get some of that done.
We can see the rankings there for Flora. Third in the swim, ranked 6th in the field on the bike, and 3rd in the run, 3rd overall. It's an impressive set of statistics.
Yeah, Flora's such an interesting athlete because she's done absolutely everything there is to do in short course racing. She's won everything. She has an Olympic title, she has a Commonwealth title, 2 Commonwealth titles actually. She's got 4 world titles in just the World Series, but she's got many others in Xterra as well. So she's done absolutely everything, and I know she feels for the final few years of her career she wanted to do a new challenge, and this kind of racing has always interested her. But when she has sort of dipped her toe in previous seasons, she's found it hard to sort of switch over and automatically just be at the top of this level of racing. What we saw right at the back end of last season, by the time we got to Dubai and she'd had a couple of months really practicing on the TT bike, she started to really elevate her level. And I just feel like this season, with a full winter under her belt of purely training for this distance, we could see an even better, even more improved Flora Duffy, and that'll be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, superb set of results really last year. Started with 9th in Ibiza, then 3rd in Vegas, and then 4th in Dubai on the T100. I do wonder, is there a sense of she's actually pretty brave stepping up to the T100 distance? At this point in her career, she's got nothing left to prove. Is there a bit of bravery there?
Oh, definitely, you're right. She is the athlete who has nothing to prove and almost everything to lose, because she's got such an aura around her. And I know a lot of the athletes were, you know, scared of her coming into this level of racing. And of course you would be. Flora Duffy, her name carries so much weight. Dame Flora Duffy, I should say. You know, she is an exceptional athlete across all disciplines, all distances. And to have her racing here is a real coup for us to have her on this series. But she didn't have to do this. She could have seen out her career racing short course, racing it very well, continuing to win podiums, win titles. You know, I think she could still race really successfully in short course racing, but she felt she wanted to finish her career with something new, a new challenge, and so she has come up to this T100 distance. And as you quite rightly said, she got on the podium at the late Las Vegas race last year, and then was nearly made it to the podium in Dubai as well. But I think she's going to be better all round this season.
Just looking there, you mentioned it earlier, Jess Learmont's Team GB bottle. I just wonder, is there any gamesmanship? She could use any bottle in the world.
No.
And she's picked a Team GB
I'm going to go absolutely out there and say no. I do have a lot of insight into Jess and her personality. You know, I know her very, very well. We've been on the same team for years and years, and there is absolutely zero ego there. There is not a single part of her that will be thinking, oh, I'm going to psych the athletes out here by bringing in my Team GB bottle. If anything, she's probably gone, oh, I'm a bit embarrassed I'm using this. People will think I'm showing off. And I really hope she has a great race today, not just because on a really personal level I am a friend of Jess's, but because if we get to hear her interviewed at the end, she delivers the best post-race interview. She delivers these classic one-liners, and she's a fantastic personality. So yeah, I hope we get to hear from her more, not just today, but throughout the series.
There's a lot of racing to happen between now and the end of that run in, well, a couple of hours' time at least. So just run you through the order as things stand. Jess Learmont out in front, Kate Woff out in second, Julie Deron in third, and Lucy Charles-Barclay 50 seconds back from Jess Learmont out in fourth. We'll start to think about what Lucy can do on this bike leg. I mean, she's 50 seconds back already. Was that where you would have expected her to be by this stage of the race?
Well, as you were going through it there, I was actually just looking at the timing splits, and what is really interesting is that the two athletes that have broken clear at the front here, Jess Learmont and Kate Woff, are the athletes who've come from short course racing. Now, are they perhaps going a little bit too hard too soon? Are they a bit too keen to prove themselves? Do they not understand the pacing as well as some of those other girls? Really interesting to see how this one pans out.
Yeah, I imagine there's an awful lot of lessons you would learn doing a T100 race for the first time coming from short course. Perhaps the going too hard too early might be one of those, but at the moment things looking pretty good for Jess out in front. And then just behind that group we've got Ashleigh Gentle, the two-time winner here of course in Singapore, India Lee. And she's a pretty good runner. Well, both of them are exceptional runners, but Ash Gentle in particular, we saw what she did last year here in Singapore. If she can keep the gap to 1:30, 2 minutes, I mean, goodness me, she's going to be unstoppable, isn't she, on the run?
Oh, I think that gap would be something that Ash would be absolutely delighted with coming off the bike. She's only as well, what's that, 44 seconds behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. And of course, we're only 12 kilometres into the bike at this point, but last year she overcame a 5.5 minute deficit to Lucy Charles-Barclay off the bike. There we go, she's just getting a little bit of information on the side of the course there, just to tell her what the gap is. That's Jess Learmont we can see at the front, and in the distance there behind her, Kate Woff, and behind that is Julie Deron. But yeah, these athletes who've come from short course, they just won't have the same understanding of pacing over this level of this length of race, I should say, as some of the middle distance athletes. And also these conditions are so special, so unique. The athletes who've raced here before have a real advantage. They kind of understand how they're going to have to measure their efforts. And that's not to say these girls have got it wrong, but there is a possibility that they've possibly just gone a bit hard, a bit soon, but I'm loving seeing that. I said at the top of the show when Alex asked me about who I was excited to see, I picked out these two athletes as the hotshot athletes that I thought were going to come in and do something and try and mix up the racing, and I'm just delighted to see that they're actually following through on that.
Well, at least they're at the front and pushing on while there's a lot of cloud cover, because the temperature will definitely be lower than it was when they came out the swim in that bright sunshine. If you were going to pick any time for there to be bright sunshine, you'd probably argue it would be during the swim while you've got the water around you, even though I know your heart rate would be super high. But we'll keep an eye on the weather for you and see how that evolves. A bit of blue sky I can see just at the top of shot there.
I mean, I know it's a really, really obvious statement to make, but when the sun comes out here, it is a different world. Since we've been here the last couple of days, there's been a lot of cloud cover, there's been a lot of rain, and we might even see some rain later on in the race today. But it's not actually felt super, super hot. Incredibly humid, and we know it's in the 80% now, over 80% humidity we've got out there today. But it didn't feel super hot when the sun wasn't out. But as soon as it does peek out from behind the clouds, it feels like it goes up about 15 degrees. I know that's not possible, but that's what it feels like. It is intense with the sunshine beating down on them. So yeah, a little bit of cloud cover will be certainly doing them some favors.
If you want a career as a weather presenter, I'm sure you...
It's my next job.
Yeah, I'm sure you could also do that as well, Vicky. We'll deal with abouts. That's fine. That's fine.
Roughly 80-something%.
Feels like 30 degrees. I'm sure for the athletes it's going to feel an awful lot hotter right now. All right, so let's look at them side by side. Jessica Learmonth and Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's in fourth. And just look at those average speeds there. 36.5 for Lucy Charles-Barclay and 35.66 for Jess.
So interestingly, on those graphics, actually Lucy is riding faster than Jess. Now that could have been because they're taken at slightly different parts of the course, but it also could be that Lucy Charles is now starting to make ground on Jess Learmonth. So we'll wait till we get another sort of time check when they go through the next time barrier, and then we'll see whether Jess is maintaining that lead or whether Lucy Charles-Barclay is in fact catching her.
Do you wonder if perhaps Lucy, after last year going out so hard and ultimately being caught on the run, do you wonder if maybe she's kept a bit back this year? Do you think maybe her tactics would suggest that she's just going to try and build into the race rather than go out so hot early?
Yeah, she might well have decided to do that, but also this year she's got a completely different bunch of athletes that she's racing with. A lot of the girls at the front here, Jess Learmonth, Julie Duron and Kate Woff, none of them raced here last year, so it's hard to gauge where she is now compared to last year because the athletes in front of her weren't racing. So that's something that's definitely a little bit different. So I think that's Julie Duron just in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay. So that means she has caught up to the third place athlete and would indicate that she's on a bit of a march through the field.
It's a tight and technical part of the circuit, that, isn't it? Especially on a TT bike, trying to go round that corner that sharp. And you'll see, we can talk probably for the first time today about the Race Ranger, which is the device on the bikes, on the back of the bikes, in order to make sure that the athletes are 20 metres apart. They can't go closer than 20 metres unless they're overtaking, a bit like Lucy Charles-Barclay is doing now. And you can see the red light flashing there on the back of Julie Duron's bike, indicating she's in the draft zone. She's got 45 seconds to make the pass, and she does it.
And that's why now it is Lucy Charles-Barclay's flashing light that has gone on, because Julie Duron is still within that draft zone, but she has 45 seconds to make sure that she drops back far enough so that she is then not in the draft zone.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay there, confirmation of the overtake on Julie Duron. And she makes her way up into third place.
Just saw, I couldn't quite work out who it was. There was an athlete on the side of the road sat down, so I can't quite tell you who that is. Hopefully we might get eyes on at some point, but there is an athlete sat down in the middle of the road, so that is not good and obviously not what we would like to see for any of our athletes here.
Yeah, we'll try and bring you news of that as soon as we get it. Looks like maybe an accident.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Is that Mintu there? Number 20. So yes, that is Mintu Hooker. Oh no, we were so excited to see her race after getting back into racing after such an awful time in 2024 with that devastating car crash that nearly ended her entire career. But the way she's holding her leg there, that would indicate it's more of a cramping issue rather than a crash. I can't see at the moment any broken skin on her. So that's making me think that maybe she's just trying to stretch out some cramp. And that is something that happens in these really hot conditions. If you haven't got your fueling right, haven't got your electrolytes right, get your balance of those, the intake of those minerals, then that becomes a real problem.
Yeah, she only got notified of her wildcard quite recently. She didn't have all the time that you would hope in order to prepare for a race like Singapore, the months of heat prep that we know some of the athletes have done. She was in Helsinki airport on her way to altitude training when she got the call, and shortened her altitude training in order to get into some heat training for Singapore.
Exactly, and altitude training, whilst it helps get you fitter, and being fitter is always good in the heat, it's not specific heat training. So I know she had to try and cram a little bit of that in while she was at altitude, so it's a lot to try and do in just a few weeks.
Yeah, Megan McDonald is the other very last-minute call-up to this, the young British athlete, and she only pretty much had a week to get out here to Singapore. She's been vlogging about it all week on her YouTube site, which I thoroughly recommend you check out for a bit of an insight into a professional athlete and how you might just have to pivot in order to make the most of a last-minute call-up.
Yeah, Meg's a fantastic character, and it is really great watching her document her life as an athlete. But you're right, she only found out a week ago. She got the spot after Taylor Knibb withdrew from the race. So she was delighted to get the call up, knew that it wasn't the ideal preparation, but felt that this was such a huge opportunity for her. She couldn't turn it down. And it is difficult because it's such a specific race that you would always want to be able to do the perfect preparation for this, to do the real heat prep, to make sure that you are in top form for a race like this. But equally, if you're an athlete who's never had a shot here, then maybe you just have to give it a go.
All right, well, we're at the start of a very long season here, but just like last year, athletes will compete to become the T100 World Champion. But who's going to finish first this year in the race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
Fantastic to see that we're going to be heading to Qatar at the end of the year, and we'll of course keep you up to date on the race to Qatar as the standings progress throughout the season.
Yeah, it's a really long season for these athletes, and of course that is so important because you only become world champion if you can perform across the whole season. So pretty much all of our contracted athletes are here because it is written into the contracts that unless there are real extenuating circumstances, you need to be here at the season opener. They need to do 4 races before the grand final and then include the grand final as their 5th result, and it is the best 4 races that they do plus the grand final that count towards the final. So, or their final total, I should say, and that determines who will become the world champion. And it's so important that they measure their efforts and their fitness across the season, that they target races as best as they can. So it's going to be so interesting to see how it unfolds throughout the whole series.
Yeah, we'll get an idea of the narrative as we move through the season. So one of the interesting things about this course, I mean, it's 80 kilometers, as we know, that's the same on every T100 race, but it's 9 laps. And the beauty of this course is it's a lot of out and back, so you get the chance to see athletes where they are in front of you, and you'll get a sense of how far. Now, at the moment, we've obviously got Jess in front. She's not going to be able to see where Kate Woff is right now, but when they make those tight technical turns, she will see exactly where she is and how far ahead they are.
That's right, and she will see that they have put decent distance between her and Julie Duron, and that Julie Duron is now riding just sort of 10, 12 seconds or so behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. And I think the athletes they will be keeping their eyes on the most are the likes of Julie Duron and Ashleigh Gentle, just because we know of their run caliber. We know what they were able to do in last year's T100 circuit. They're more veterans of this circuit, if you like, than Jess and Kate Woff. So I think when they do see those gaps, they'll be pretty pleased. But right now, those gaps are, well, 1:30 back to Julie Deron, 2:12 back to Ashleigh Gentle. We're only, 18 kilometers into the bike, so they could put some pretty big gaps in if that pace continues. But again, I'm so interested to know whether this has been a tactic to just go out super hard, super early, or if this is a pace that Jess and Kate can really maintain.
Although we say there's a lot of unknowns, they will have trained at this distance, or will, I mean, that's actually an interesting question. Will they have done the T100 distance in any capacity and preparation in their training?
They would have gone over all those distances, and they would have swum over 2K. I mean, you rarely swim under about 4 or 5K in swimming sessions. So they would have done that. But together, no, I don't think they would have ever gone out and raced 100, or done a 100-kilometer simulation in their training. That would be quite unusual. I wouldn't have expected that at all. But, Jess Learmonth has known for a long time that this was going to be her first race of the season. She was given that hotshot contract over the winter, and as such has purely been preparing for this racing. She's done working on aero testing, on testing her suit, preparing her nutrition. She's really gone all in on trying to be good at this level of racing, this distance of racing. With Kate Woff, while she was also given a hotshot contract, she wants to combine racing this series with racing short course as well. And that's a lot more tricky because you have to dip in and out of riding your road bike. You can't spend the same amount of time preparing for this for the specificities of both this race and also this distance. So I know that she has spent a lot of time on her TT bike recently, but only really since February. Mid-February, she raced the first round of the Short Course World Series in Abu Dhabi, and since that point she's been full focus on this race, but that's nowhere near as long as many of the other athletes that she's competing against.
Yeah, Kate Woff has already competed this year. She was 10th in Abu Dhabi, which was a pretty decent result to start off your year, but definitely goes to show just how long the season is getting now, and it's certainly going to be a very, very long year for these athletes, but one that we're very excited about seeing how they progress. And in terms of the length of the season, we spoke, didn't we, at dinner the other night about how you would go on holiday. What was September, October back in the day, and then that would be your season done, and you'd get a full 4-5 months, maybe not quite that long, but you'd get a really decent break. And these athletes, that's not the job anymore, is it?
No, the season has changed almost unrecognisably from when I was doing this sport. I mean, obviously I only retired last year, but I mean, if we go back sort of 5, 6, 7 years, we always used to sort of finish our seasons really either maybe late September, possibly into October, and then you take sort of a month of either completely off training, or maybe just a couple of weeks off training, and then a couple of weeks of very much relaxed, doing what you fancy, nothing too structured before you got into it. And then you would have, as you correctly said, maybe 4 months or so to really start to work on your weaknesses, really put in some winter miles and keep everything a bit more low-key before you geared up for the racing again. Well, now the season doesn't finish until December. It didn't finish until late last season as well. And they're racing again now in April, but the athletes who race other series as well have already started. So I was speaking to Kate about this exact thing at breakfast the other day, and she said, I did my last race in December, and then I'm doing my first race in February. And that's a really short turnaround. She said she just didn't have time to feel that she was prepared for that first race, whereas she's had a lot more time now going into this one. So I think you have to be really clever as an athlete how you structure your season when it's that long now.
I imagine mentally as well that has a big impact. But let's take a look at Ash Gentle, sort of the first time on the bike, and she's making her way up, I think, the Benjamin Shears Bridge, if I am correct. I mean, Vicky, what are you seeing here? She looks pretty good, I'd say, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. And I think if she's getting time splits out on the course, she'll be pretty happy with where this is at right now. While she won't in any way disrespect those athletes in front of her, I think the one that she will be worried about letting have too big a gap is Julie Deron. And Julie Deron currently has 37 seconds on her. That's down from about, I think it was 44 before, so it's staying roughly the same. And that is probably the one athlete that she'll be a little bit worried about. I think at 2 minutes 30 she will back herself to probably catch the other athletes in front of her. And I would say the one that's a bit unknown there is Kate Woff. Now, Kate has a brilliant run over the short course distance. She's good at 5K, she's good at 10K. She has never raced over something longer than that. So to do 18 kilometers in these conditions, after going as hard as she has gone this early in the race, we just don't know what we're going to see from Kate. And that's what makes new seasons and new athletes racing so exciting, but it also makes it so unpredictable.
So many unknowns at this point in the season. Right, we can see Ash Gentle there, as we mentioned, looking pretty good on the bike, and she's been preparing for the searing heat of Singapore. I mean, some use their local saunas, some get on a plane to a warmer climate, others, like Ash, can rely on their hometown to provide the heat. Here she is.
I've been at home in Australia preparing for this race, and although we had some interesting weather patterns with some brutal rain and a cyclone, apart from that, we actually had a really good summer, and it was hot and it was humid, and I guess that's perfect preparation for the conditions here in Singapore. I'm not sure I actually really love the conditions when I'm racing in it. I think that Singapore the last 2 years put me into retirement, but you know, everyone's prepared, and it's hard for everyone. And now we've got this race to Qatar, and we know that's locked in, and we're just going to have to battle it out all year to try and take that world title. And having that world title on the line at the end of the year, I think, is really key as well, because knowing that you can do all this work and potentially be crowned a world champion, I think gives a lot of people a lot of energy and a lot of motivation to try and get the season right.
Her quotes after the race last year were so good and so interesting. I mean, she said it was maybe one of the hardest things she'd ever done in her life. And she also perhaps reflected that she maybe should have done a race before this one. But she didn't, and she hasn't done again. And she trusts the process, because she's here looking in good shape. And if you've won this event 2 years in a row, why would you change your preparation?
Well, that's it. Ashleigh is someone who does incredibly well in the heat and humidity. It's just natural for her. But that said, she also prepares really hard for it. She both lives in a hot and humid place in Brisbane, but she also does a specific heat preparation stuff on top of that. So she gives absolutely everything to make sure she's in really good condition. And I spoke to her a little bit this morning at breakfast, and I have to say she was, I thought, incredibly relaxed, pretty happy to be here, knowing that she was an athlete who was going to probably build through the season, and that she's not in her absolute peak shape yet, but she also knows these conditions suit her, and so maybe she doesn't have to be in her absolute peak shape to still put down a really solid result. And she was actually also a little bit worried because it wasn't super hot this morning because the sun wasn't out, but as we can see from the pictures in front of us now, you can see the sun shining off her legs there. As I say that, I think the sun's just gone in, but she definitely wants it to be hot. She wants it to be as hot and humid as possible, because she knows that those conditions affect her less than they seem to affect everyone else out on course.
I think she's in the minority in Singapore for people who want it hot.
Yeah, I'm not sure many other athletes were saying to me today that they wanted it to be hotter and the sun to come out, but Ashleigh's definitely one of them. And I think Jess Learmonth actually said something similar to me, which might surprise people coming from Leeds, as she does, and having not been in the sunshine and all the rest of it, but she's done a lot of heat preparation too, and she's someone who says that at the moment her run is not where she would ideally like it to be, and so the hotter the race, it tends to be that the run times are just a little bit slower. So if that takes the edge off some people's ability to run really fast, it potentially benefits the athletes whose run isn't quite where they want it to be at the moment. So yeah, Jess also wants that sunshine to come out.
Is the key word for Ash Gentle this year consistency, would you say, in terms of what she wants from her season? I mean, just looking through her results last year, obviously first in Singapore, she then had that 7th in San Francisco, a win in London, and then 2 third-place finishes at Ibiza and Dubai. Obviously, finished second in the standings, a tremendous season by any account, but to take it to the next level, to beat Taylor Knibb, consistency, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about it quite a lot last year, that Taylor Knibb almost seemed to be her kryptonite. Taylor Knibb seemed to be the person who, when she was in a race, Ashleigh didn't perform to the same level. Now, I think we saw that change with the way that Ashleigh raced in Dubai. She gave absolutely everything, and she came really close to catching her. before she sort of fell apart right at the end of the run. But what that showed, it's so unusual to see her fall apart in that way, but what it showed was that she'd given absolutely everything. She went all in to try and become world champion, and that was really special to see. Again, from talking to her this morning at breakfast, she's had a change in coaching. She changed sort of right towards the end of last season. She's now coached by predominantly a cycling coach called Jordan Kirby, and her husband, Josh Amberger, coaches her on the swim, and she takes control of her own run program. And that's really interesting as well, because she said she finds it works better than having one coach do all three, because she's the person mostly in control now, and she can kind of go to Josh, her husband, or her cycling coach Jordan, and say, I need a little bit more of this, or I need a little bit more time to focus on my run. Could you back this off for me? And she feels that's been working really well.
Just looking at the splits there, I mean, she's 2:42 now behind Jess out in front. And I wouldn't say she's gained any time on the cycle. If anything, it's actually increased to the lead. Do you think she'll be thinking, perhaps like you've been thinking, that maybe they have gone out a bit hot and they might come back into the field as time progresses?
Oh, in a race like this, pacing is key. There is no question that pacing is the most important thing that you can get right. And we're not going to sit here and say that these athletes like Jess Learmonth and Kate Woff have got it wrong, but I wouldn't bet against Ashleigh Gentle getting it right. I think we can bank on that. And so, yeah, I think she will know that just riding her own race and racing her own race is so, so important. We've seen athletes absolutely fall apart later on in races like Singapore with the heat and humidity. We've seen athletes collapse across finish lines. We've seen athletes not even finish. And so that's the thing that you've got to do first and foremost. You've got to make sure that you can get to the finish line. And I don't think that's going to be a problem for an athlete like Ashleigh Gentle, but she is the queen of this course, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see her pacing it perfectly.
Yeah, two-time champion. You know what you're doing, I think it's fair to say, by that point. Just reflecting on that graphic that was up there. Kate Woff, the fastest athlete on the course at the moment, and by nature taking a bit of time out of Jess Learmonth. Not much, but 11 seconds behind. She's pretty close. 14 seconds behind. It's just updated. So the Singapore flyer in the background. A few of our athletes were up on that the other day. I think Carl Smith was up there.
Yeah, just taking in all these amazing sights that we've got in Singapore. And this course is really special because it actually just kind of covers everything. There you go, another great shot we've got, and that's Gardens by the Bay that you can see there with those sort of, they look almost like trees, but they're all lit up, and at night time, every night they do a light show, which is really special to see. But the course, the whole course, the swim, the bike, the run, takes in pretty much all the major sites of Singapore, which is amazing, because we can see all of them as the athletes go around.
Yeah, the cloud forest and the dome forest there. Sorry, the flower dome and the cloud forest dome. I beg your pardon. Sorry to the Gardens by the Bay down there. But yeah, absolutely spectacular. 101 hectares of forest in what is a very green city.
It's incredibly green. I'm always struck by that when I come to Singapore. You don't think of these really hot places as being so green, but I guess we've got that humidity and it is incredibly lush here. And yeah, there's just greenery absolutely everywhere you go. It is a really, really pretty city.
Green and clean is how I would describe Singapore.
Very clean, yes. Yeah, so that's Jess Learmonth we're back with at the front of the bike. But just looking at that pylon down the left-hand side of the screen, you can see some of the athletes a little bit further down. Now, the one that really sticks out to me is Flora Duffy. So we've just lost that pylon, as I said, but she's over 5 minutes down now. Now, we saw her start to drop back a little bit on the swim in the last sort of couple of 100 meters of the swim. But I wondered at that point still whether it was tactical, whether that was just, I'm getting a bit hot, let's bring it back, let's not overpace, let's be sensible for later on in the race. But she's now lost 5 minutes on the bike, and that is really surprising to me. So I'm either she's being very, very clever and a lot of the athletes in front of her aren't, or she's not having the day that we expected from her.
Yeah, it's her first race of the year, so we will certainly keep our eye on Flora Duffy. Should also mention that Mintu Hooker is back on the bike, which is great to see. So She's still down in 20th place, but she was able to get back off the ground, presumably some sort of cramp issue, because she was able to get restarted. So brilliant to see her back in the race. So we're on lap 4 of 9 here in Singapore. 50k to go until we get to T2, so still plenty of time to go here in this bike leg, and I'm sure the order is going to change around before we get to the end and into transition 2.
I think that image is really powerful because at times on the camera it's really hard to see the elevation that the athletes might be going up or down at any one time. But as we saw the leaders, I think that was Jess Learmonth we were following going down that flyer, you can see how high she has been, therefore how much she's come down. And so that's a really good showing of just how undulating this course is. And I say undulating because that is the official description that we always have of this course. I think if you were one of the athletes, you would argue that it is not undulating, it is in fact hilly. And Jan Frodeno himself said it earlier on today. This course is purely up and down. It is a hilly course, it's a tough course, and I know someone like Jess Learmonth is delighted by that. That is absolutely what she enjoys. She's worked really hard on trying to be as aero as possible and improve that side of her racing. But what her strength is that she's absolutely brilliant on the hills, and so this is something that will really suit her.
You can see Kate Woff in the background there, just behind Jess Learmonth. So that gap looks to be closing a little bit, I would say. That looks a little bit closer.
Yeah, I would say so.
14 seconds that it said earlier.
Yeah, and at one point it was out to 22 seconds as well, so that's definitely come a little bit closer now. But, you know, you've got to wonder, are these two athletes going to sort of look at each other in a minute and go, are we doing this wrong or are we just actually really good? Because we seem to be breaking away from absolutely everyone else in the field, and they will, I'm sure, at certain points on the course be being shouted at, getting some time splits. We saw that really early on. I think it was on lap 2, Jess Learmonth getting a time split from someone on the side of the course, telling her what those gaps were. So I'm sure probably on the uphills again, they'll know what's going on. They'll know that that gap's going out, and hopefully that just encourages them on and doesn't sort of scare them into thinking that maybe they've got their pacing wrong.
It must be strange as an athlete to be barked times by your support staff on the side.
Oh, I think as a professional triathlete, you're used to it. And when people don't bark times you, it's probably worse, because then you know that you're probably not having a great day. You're not really in the race anymore if people aren't telling you how far behind you are. You know, when our team staff or our friends and family stop yelling time splits at me, I would kind of go, oh dear, I'm not in the race anymore, am I? This isn't good news.
It's when they just clap.
Oh, go on, Vicky, keep going. You know, it's not what you want to hear.
Well, fortunately, that's not happening to either of our athletes right now. Kate Woff, we've got a great view of her just behind Jess out in front. And, I mean, look, if she can maintain this pace on the bike, she's a phenomenal runner, as you said. She ran a 33.40 off the bike at the WTCS final in Ponte Vedra at the back end of last year. So she is a phenomenal runner. And, yeah, I mean, hey, if she's able to stick with this sort of pace, she could be a massive factor come the end of the race.
Yeah, no, that race that you're talking about, absolutely right, which was incredible. That was actually the back end of 2023. So that was probably the best race of her career. And ultimately, what probably got her selected to the British Olympic team, that race was the biggest race of 2023, if you're a short course athlete, of course, and was used as a selection race ahead of the Paris Olympics, of course. And by performing so well there, she put herself in with the shot of being selected, and that is ultimately what happened. She was selected to the British Olympic team. So she's, of course, an Olympian. She was 15th at last year's Olympics. She's still a very young athlete. She's got many years ahead of her, and it's interesting that she has come across to this series so young. A lot of people from short course do wait till they're a little bit older before they move across, whereas Kate's done it already, and I'm just checking my facts here. I think, yeah, Kate is 26. So she's still, in short course terms, she's still pretty young to be moving across to this distance, but I know that she's a really strong cyclist, and it's just something that you probably don't get to show as often in short course, how strong you are. You get hidden in the packs because we're allowed to draft in short course racing. So her coming across to this middle distance where she can really show her strength, I think that's something that really excited her. But I mean, even just looking at her now, I can see that while she's not in a terrible position, she's got work she can do there. There is free watts to be had for Kate as she becomes more and more in tune with TT position and being on the TT bike. She can be even better than she is right now. That graphic there just showing us at the bottom of the screen that indeed Flora Duffy has moved down 10 places on the bike, and I would say that is extremely unusual for an athlete of Flora's caliber. We know how good she is on the bike in general, but how well she sort of came through towards the back end of last season, and I know she feels that her swim bike had been in a really good place before today. So I'm gonna say there is something not quite right with Flora today for her to lose 10 spaces. You also see Cecilia Perez there having gone down 7, and Taylor Spivey also gone down a few spaces as well.
Yeah, Taylor Spivey, another athlete who's planning on doing a lot of short course this year. It's going to be a busy, busy year for some of our athletes out here. Just on the age thing with Kate and going to middle distance quite early on in her career, what are the reasons for athletes choosing later on in their career to switch from short course to middle distance?
Well, I mean, I said it, but I'm now sort of going to backtrack a little bit, so you have to bear with me. It's always been pretty traditional that athletes start in short course, they do their short course career, then they move up in distance, they go across and do middle distance, then they do long distance. Just because speed is harder and harder to attain, maintain, and not get injured from as you get older and older in your career. So that's why the more speed you need, which of course you need for the short course racing, people tend to do when they're younger, and then they step up in distance, which is much more of a strength and endurance exercise as they get older. But this is the caveat. In recent years, we've seen a lot of athletes not even doing short course racing and coming straight into middle and long distance racing. And I think that goes as a testament to the level we have now in middle and long distance racing, the exciting series that we have out there, especially of course the T100. This is such a lure now to athletes. They want to be racing this series. This is the melting pot of the best athletes in the world, and it's not that big a jump from short course. So someone like Kate Woff, who hasn't had tons and tons of time to prepare for this distance, is saying yes, it's a lot more than Olympic distance, but it's actually doable. It's doable off the training she's doing with some small tweaks. And so I think that's why we're seeing now quite a few athletes trying to combine doing the short course and the middle distance, and of course stepping up a little bit earlier on in their careers.
Can you imagine the coach going to a coach going, you know what, this year I'm going to try middle distance, and then putting their head in their hands going, oh no, we're going to have to...
It happens a lot.
Yeah, we're going to have to change everything we had planned.
Yes.
But I guess...
As someone who is married to a coach, I can tell you this is happening a lot to him, and depending on which athlete it is, he may well put his head in his hands and say, oh gosh, right, I'm going to have to prepare you for that now, am I?
Well, a first look on the screen there at the heart rates of the athletes. And you can see there, Jess and Kate both working exceptionally hard in the 90s for their max, or 90% of their max heart rates. And then those actually just behind looking a little bit less. So I mentioned that this year we have our World Championship in the T100, and we have a new way of doing that. It's called the Race to Qatar, and here's how it works.
Wrong colours, I think. Predominantly red and white.
Have a race on our hands.
So the Race to Qatar will be with us all season, and actually this is a great opportunity to talk about the aid station here on the bike. This year on the T100, the marshals have got gloves on, and they're holding the bottles from the top, because we found apparently, through the research, that that's a much better way for the athletes to be able to pick up the bottles.
Just tell him.
They were experiencing a lot of, well, hurt knuckles, I think we can call it, last year. You saw a lot of athletes throwing their bottles or not being able to pick them up, and they're obviously critical, particularly here in Singapore, to get that nutrition and get that water on. And yeah, slight change for how they pick up the bottles.
Yeah, just before we go into that, I just saw someone on the side of the course with excuse me, with a whiteboard giving Jess Learmonth some information there. So she will be, apologies, getting some time splits as she goes. But yes, with the aid stations last year, especially in Singapore, we saw a lot of the athletes riding through and just trying to grab bottles and taking 4 or 5 attempts to try and grab these bottles and just missing and missing and missing them, because the water, they were so slippery with condensation, and where the hand of the official was holding, the volunteer was holding the bottle, they couldn't quite grab it. So this year they've changed that. That was a bit of feedback from the athletes. So now they are holding them from the top, just making it a little bit easier for those athletes to grab, because you're absolutely right, Matt. The nutrition and hydration side of things on this course is absolutely crucial.
Beautiful shot of the Singapore flyer in the background as Jess Learmonth makes her way up the Benjamin Shears Bridge and is being tracked by our motorbike, giving us these fantastic shots here in Singapore.
Yeah, so just having a little bit of a look again at the time splits we've got going on there. So that gap down to Ashleigh Gentle is now out to 3:48 and Julie Deron at 4 minutes. So Ashleigh Gentle has gone past Julie Deron, and that's really important for how this race could pan out. Those two athletes seem to be incredibly similar on the run at the back end of last season, running really, really similar times. Julie Deron having the better of Ashleigh once or twice, but Ashleigh probably being slightly more consistent overall. So now we're in a situation where Ashleigh is in front of her, and that is another athlete there just going past Julie Deron. I can't quite get eyes on who that is right now. If our pylon is correct, that will be Lisa Pertera. But it's worth mentioning Lisa Pertera and Hannah Berry, because they are both having really great races in 7th and 8th place. Hannah Berry known more for being a long course athlete, a full iron distance athlete, but she got a contract for this season and has gone really hard at trying to build up that speed so that she can really, really do some damage here over the middle distance. Now that, I'm pretty sure, is Lisa Pertera there.
Yes, it is.
And she is an athlete who has again come across from short course racing. She was at the Olympics just last summer. That wasn't her first Olympic Games either. But she decided late last season she was going to start focusing on middle and long distance racing. She raced an Ironman late last year in Cozumel, and she absolutely loves the heat and humidity. So these are conditions that really, really suit her. And while she didn't have a great swim today, she has moved through the field so well on the bike, and she's someone who will relish the run conditions as well. So she's definitely one to watch as we move through this race.
Yeah, Lisa Pertera, who, as you mentioned, won the Ironman. She won the 70.3 in Cozumel, but also came second in the Ironman, which is phenomenal achievement over both of those distances. So great to see her getting and making her way up towards the front. She's, according to the graphic, around 4 minutes behind Jess Learmonth out in front.
Yeah, 4 minutes behind, but up into 6th place, and that's pretty important. She's only just about 10 seconds behind Ashleigh Gentle and a further sort of 7 seconds or so behind India Lee. So we have got sort of a line of about 4 or 5 athletes there. If you look at India Lee, Ashleigh Gentle, Lisa Pertera, Julie Deron and Hannah Berry, they are all within range of one another. So those athletes will have each other to sort of work with. You can see that light on the back of Julie Deron's bike there. It was amber, it's now gone off completely, so that means the athlete behind her, Hannah Berry, is not even within 25 metres of her. So great to see that they're maintaining good distances and our race ranger doing its job.
And just as you say that, it lights up in orange.
And that means she's within 22 to 20 metres. Now it's gone blue, that means she's outside of 22 metres. Now it's flashing, that means that she has entered into that draft zone, so we could be about to see an overtake. There we go, Hannah Berry just coming through now. So that was why the light was flashing on the back of Julie Deron's bike. And now that light flashes on the back of Hannah Berry's bike just to show that Julie Deron is currently within that 20-metre draft zone. But she does have a full 45 seconds. And as you can see, it's already gone down to the amber and blue, which means that she is fully within the range that she's allowed to be behind.
We knew that Julie Deron was wanting to work on her bike over the winter. That was an area that she looked at and said that to take her to the next level, she needed to improve it. So quite perhaps interesting and maybe slightly disappointing on her part to see her dropping down the field on the bike at this stage.
She is, but she's still kind of where she wants to be, I think. I don't think this is too bad a position at all for Julie Deron. She is right there. She's in that sort of group, that line of 5 athletes from 4th back to 8th place. She's about 4 minutes 20 down, so that is starting to get into the range of time where you don't really want to be that far back, but we're only just approaching pretty much bang on halfway now through the bike course. So now this is where things start to get interesting. Back half of the bike course and that 18-kilometre run. What's going to happen? Have these athletes at the front gone a little bit too hard? Are they pacing it perfectly? Or are we going to see some of these athletes like Julie Deron, like Ashleigh Gentle and India Lee, are they going to come through as we get to the latter stages of the race?
Well, one thing we haven't talked about yet is the potential of rain, and you can see the very dark clouds just at the top of the screen there from our bike camera, but also a couple of spots of rain on the lens itself. So definitely something that might become a factor at this point in the race. You see Jess still looking pretty good out in front as she makes her descent down here. All right, let's get some reaction from out on the course. Alex is with Julie Deron's mum.
I am indeed. Marianne is alongside. She's been waiting very patiently while watching your girl up on the big screen. And I've got to start with how you're feeling first of all, because I think every parent out there will recognise the stress of watching their children compete. You've done it more than most. Are you nice and relaxed, or are you almost out there riding with Julie herself?
I'm also riding a little bit with her at the moment, yes. I'm also sweaty. I guess she's too.
She certainly is, and we've got a little bit of cloud cover, we've got a little bit of rain to contend with as well. But just give us a little critique from a mum's point of view of how your girl is getting on.
I guess she's doing well. She had a very good swim, I guess, and she can be proud of that. And she started very good in the race, in the bike, and now I think it's mid of the bike race, and probably she's keeping her a little calm, that she can do a good thing on the run then.
Which is fantastic. We actually just heard Vicky in commentary saying Julie's exactly where she wants to be. Does she race in that calm manner, or does she someone that sort of likes to try and fire herself up at this point of the race?
Well, I don't know if she's really that calm and the girls go by at her, but I think she's smart enough not to overdo too much, because it's a long day. It's mid of the race at the moment, and it's a long day before the finish line, and that can happens very much.
And you were saying you haven't seen Julie for 3 months because she's been training in China. You've reunited here in Singapore. Looking back at last year, we had 3 2s for Julie. What has she been working on? Where are her confidence and belief levels this year?
I think she's quite on the same page now, because she was training for mid last year for the Olympics, and in April I guess she was also building up, and I guess she's at the same level. I guess she can be getting better as the year goes on.
And your role for the rest of this afternoon, are you out there barking orders and giving instructions, or are you just gentle words of encouragement?
You know, I'm just a mom, not a coach. I try to give her some information as I think she can need it, but at the moment I just say drink and cool down and take it as it goes, and do your best.
No one is just a mum, least of all you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I hope it goes really well for Julie. Thanks for talking to us. Thanks, Marianne.
Well, it's a bit of a triathlon dynasty in the Deron household. Nina, Julie's sister, ranked 62 in the world as well. So good genes for triathlon, I say.
Yeah, what a family there. And I love the bit where she said, I'm not a coach, I'm just a mum. I'm here to support her, not to give advice out on course. And I think that's That's what everyone wants from their parents, really, on race day. But yeah, I did see that they hadn't been able to be together for 3 months, and so it's really nice that Julie's mum is here to support her today. But what I'm actually noticing from that time pylon that's just come up on the left-hand side of the screen is Julie's actually dropped off the back of that pack now. So she was riding with those 4 other athletes. She's now 20 seconds down behind the final athlete in that pack, who is now Hannah Berry. So whilst this is still very much within striking range for an athlete of Julie Deron's capabilities, especially, again, we say it all the time, but the conditions here, but also with Julie's strength on the run, she's such a phenomenal runner. She's starting to lose touch with the athletes that she would want to stay with. She's at 4:45 down, Ashleigh's at 4:15 down, so that's a 30-second or so gap. She probably won't want to lose too much time to the likes of Ashleigh Gentle.
And also, interesting to look at those splits there, just in terms of, Ash Gentle 4:25 back, 5 minutes she made up on the run last year. It is increasing though, isn't it? And she will be conscious of that, and she'll be thinking, if she has a chance of winning this race, it's going to have to be, 5 minutes she made it look pretty comfortable last year. It's not something she probably wants to go and do, but if Jess Learmonth and Kate Woff at the front keep this pace up, she might have to start to put the gas down maybe on the bike. Is that something that she'd look to do?
Yeah, it's a really interesting point. What's her tactic now? And we should mention that all these athletes pretty much exclusively tend to ride to power. It's not always the case, but virtually always these athletes do ride to power. They do a lot of testing, they know what their data numbers are, and so they know what they can and cannot hold. I was speaking to Jess Learmonth yesterday, and she said she's going to knock 10 to 15 watts off what she would normally try to hold over this distance of racing because of the conditions. Now, if that's true, and she's still ridden 4+ minutes into virtually every other athlete on the course, that's exceptional, you know. The one athlete who probably won't have as much data over what they can hold over this distance is Kate Woff, because she's not raced over this distance before. So while she will have a fair idea from some certain testing she's done, she's not raced this distance. So she doesn't know if the power she's holding is appropriate or not.
All right, well, we've got cameras all over the course. Oh, hello, Jan.
Hello, hello. Nice to be in the commentary box with you. Just getting some last-minute instructions there and watching this race unfold.
You look pretty good for someone who's been out in the baking heat of Singapore.
It's the first bit of sun I've got all year, but oh, here we go. And this is some footage I received earlier on. We think this is Amelia Watkinson, and she has come down. I would estimate that it would have been probably due to the pressure in her front tire that it just went and she lost the grip. But we're going to get this image one more time, just try and figure out what happened there, because yes, you could see that front wheel, the front tire just compressed as she was going down, because this is an easy corner. She wasn't being aggressive about it, and probably heading into the group there first. You can see right now, this is the same corner, but someone else going around at twice the speed.
Yeah, that's Jess Learmonth. I think we're back at the front of the race. Oh, as we talked about earlier, how hard it is to grab these bottles, and Jess is really struggling right now as well. Can she get one? Last chance. Yes.
1 out of 5.
Yes,
yeah,
just
this
got
is
one.
A T100 repeating theme of athletes. It just shows you, though, in these conditions, it's not the bottles, it's just the athletes' hands. They're sweaty and meeting the cold water because they keep the bottles on ice. It's just very tricky to do. The other thing is, of course, we're getting later into the stage of the race, and I always found it hard to concentrate after a while, because really it is a thing of keeping yourself together, right? There is so much pacing involved, there is so much strategy involved, that people think it's the purely physical strain that's taking on, but it's the mental toll that kicks on as the race keeps going, and the conditions just wear you down lap by lap.
And that will be something she'll be learning in the middle distance, right? Short course, I'm sure you get it in short course, but when you double those distances on the bike in particular, it's a long time, isn't it, to be mentally fit and strong.
Absolutely, but you know, the amount of bottles I've dropped at any stage in my career, I'm not sure this is something you learn. It's a skill that you try and get right. It becomes relevant on the run as well, because not always have you got sealed bottles, sometimes you've got cups, and the problem is the more aggressive you take that cup, the less fluid is left in the cup for you to actually consume. And the mental game definitely is something, I mean, we've talked about, that just makes such a difference, right? How do you direct that inner dialogue? How do you keep positive? How do you see the distance gaps building and have the confidence in that second and third lap of your run to try and make up some time as India Lee comes up the bridge here for the 6th time?
So interestingly, when I was rewatching the race from last year, we saw India Lee with the open helmet, and this year she's elected to go for the closed aero helmet. Why do you think she's made that difference? I mean, maybe last year it didn't work quite as well for her. What would you suggest?
Well, last year I spoke to her. She was very adamant that last year she was just sick when she came here, you know, and that's something that you can't really control. But you can see the whole setup, her front end here, the bottles between her arms. She's done some serious aerodynamic testing and is really made the most of it, and you need an aerodynamic helmet to get the most from that.
Yeah, we're just seeing as well on that pylon in the bottom of the screen there that she is ranked #1 in this race on the bike. So she is considered the best athlete on course on the bike. Now, we should obviously caveat that by saying athletes like Jess Learmonth and Kate Woff, they won't have a ranking yet because they're new to the
270.
circuit. Yes. So maybe we should ignore the rankings of some of the athletes who haven't yet raced at T100. But it just goes to show the calibre of athlete that Indy is. But I agree with you, Jan. Indy is adamant that her lack of performance here last year was simply because she wasn't 100% well on the day. And I know she's gone really hard at her heat protocols ahead of this race. And she feels fit and I think pretty confident coming in here this year.
Absolutely, and just to finish off on her whole setup there, the way you see the helmet actually finishing off between her shoulders, it's a very smooth looking setup and definitely something that she's worked on. It is a new bike sponsor, and you know, they're the little things that come together. Of course, the head is actually where you perceive the most heat, and that, again, coming to the inner dialogue, brings you to the point of that you feel hot versus actually being hot. It is a bit of a trade-off, but again, one that I would always take is that aerodynamic gain, because it's just tight and you want to save your legs. You want to save every little ounce of energy because it's all about being smart in this course.
And it's also really interesting, the contrast between someone like Indy, who's really honed this, and someone like Kate Woff, who's racing her first middle distance race. We saw earlier her head position was totally different to this. There was not that lovely smooth line we can see all the way down from Indy's helmet all the way down her back. And those are just areas that, you know, Kate Woff can improve on. And if she's already riding this well at this point in her career, you know, we can only imagine what else she might be able to do.
All right, well, let's hear from India Lee, hoping Singapore is kinder to her this time around after DNFing here last year.
Yeah, last year was a pretty terrible race for me here. I had a DNF, but that was sort of, it was explained because I was ill in the lead up to that race, and this year I haven't been ill. I've had a really good block of heat prep. I started heat prep earlier in the year so that I knew that it was going to work for me, and then yeah, in the final preparations for this race I did another block and it all went really well. So yeah, I'm feeling prepared, much more prepared than I did last year. But consistency was definitely my downfall. That's explained again by the races that I performed poorly at. I had poor preparation, mainly due to illnesses. So this year, #1 priority is just staying healthy all year, and if I stay healthy then I can get the consistent training, and I've shown that if I have consistent blocks of training moving into races then I can be competitive. So that's the really low-level target for this year, is just to stay healthy.
Can we just agree that if Indy Lee retires, and I hope she doesn't for a very long time, she goes on to reading books? How calming is her voice
Soothing,
in an interview?
isn't she?
Soothing. It's just so smooth, and she's proving to be a smooth operator on this course as well. But
well, I think it's a key point she raises in that interview there, isn't it, about staying fit, staying healthy. Is that just the hardest thing for a professional triathlete to do, to give you consistency throughout the year?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's the hardest, but it's the most important. There's no question that if you can be consistent and just do more training because of that, you will be a better athlete. And it is a balancing act of we always try to push ourselves as close to the line as we can go without tipping over, and you will of course get it wrong at times and you will tip over, but that's what you've got to be able to do if you want to make those improvements. And Indy has skirted with that line so often, and she's had so many illness problems. That's really what's set her back at times in her career. It hasn't so much been the injuries, it's been the illnesses, and to hear that she's been healthy all winter, that's a massive advantage to her, and that it means that we're sure to see a pretty strong and fighting fit Indy Lee this year.
I think it largely helps with consistency over the season too. If you've had a strong winter where you can just keep going, building the miles. It's one thing to pull a rabbit out of a hat one time for one race. You know, that can happen. You can get a little bit lucky. But to build that consistency, which is going to be required in the race to Qatar, obviously, you know, you need 5 results on the board. The last one counting extra points. It's definitely what's required. So it's a good basis.
Yeah, trying to perform right now in early April and then again in December. It's tough to do that, to perform across a whole season, and you're absolutely right, Jan. If you can have strong winter behind you, big advantage.
All right, well, just over 30k to go, and look at that. We did wonder whether the weather might play a part. A few spots down there we know of, but that looks pretty nasty over the hills of Singapore.
I think a lot of them will be pretty pleased if it does start to rain as they hit the run course. They might be hoping it holds off for just a little bit longer, and then as they head on to the run, maybe a little bit of a reprieve might be quite welcome.
And it has been tropical this week. I mean, the whole last few days leading up into this, we've had some serious rainstorms come hauling through, and it just instantly feels like it's a touch cooler and is soon followed by that wall of humidity to hit you. So we have a change in the leaderboard with Kate Woff now taking over, and
yeah, that's
having
the
put in
first
a
time.
significant gap as well. This is quite something, and kind of what we expected to see.
I think that might be, yeah. I think
swap
Jess,
back now.
yeah, I think Jess is still in front.
Sorry, that
We
was...
just saw Jess go past on the other side there.
Oh, okay. It's just
the leaderboard playing tricks on us. I was pointing at it to Jan to sort of get you to point it out, because I thought this is a big moment here. We've seen a change in the lead, but no, in fact, it's status quo.
Well, interestingly, the lead was increasing at the front. There you go, 25 seconds. So Jess bringing it further out and stretching that lead out at the front. All right, we got another look at Ashleigh Gentle. And Jan, good to get your thoughts on Ash this year. And we were talking earlier about consistency with her results. What does she have to do to beat Taylor Knibb this year?
Well, I mean, I don't want to read too much into this, but we did talk about, you know, the statement and the intent that you set on the first race, right? And there is so much out there. You know Taylor is watching at home, analyzing this race. She's very critical of herself, but also of her competition. And we find Ash in a very similar position to where she was last year. It was just on the brink of 5 minutes off the lead, and she changed coaches throughout the season to work on her cycling. It felt like she was able to close some of that gap towards Dubai and the closing stages of the T100 Championship last year. But right now, we're seeing her in a very, very similar position, and we don't know the exact impact these conditions have, but it's, yeah, she's looking down. She doesn't strike me as confident. She doesn't strike me as though everything she's got is going forward right now. That could just be a day thing, but I think she would have painted this day slightly different if she could have chosen.
It's a serious amount of pressure. I mean, I know last year she would have had pressure as being the winner of the year before, but she's now going for 3 in a row. I mean, it must be quite an interesting proposition when you sit there having breakfast knowing you could become a 3-time champion here in Singapore.
Oh, definitely. But I think she loves this course. She loves this race. And I don't think she'll be too fazed by that, but she won't want that gap to go out a huge amount more. And we're seeing Jess Learmonth coming past some of the other athletes here. So does that mean she's lapping them? Because
surely
that's a big gap. But I guess we are seeing that at the very back of the course, we have got athletes that are, 26 minutes down. We saw Hooker sat on the side of the course for a period of time. So, yeah, I guess that is entirely possible that certain athletes are being lapped by Jess Learmont. Not something we see very often in the T100, and maybe just goes to show the pace that Jess is putting out. I'm not entirely sure if her heart rate monitor is reading accurately, otherwise it's saying she's at 96% of her maximum.
It might have been from the hill just before, perhaps, and you can see when we saw Ash Gentle going up the hill as well, also perhaps 96. Interestingly, how low, say, someone like Julie Derons is, 72%.
Time again, I think, to mention the two big movers through this field, or two of the athletes we don't know as much about, we haven't heard as much about, but who are doing really special things out there. Lisa Perterer and Hannah Berry, currently sitting in 4th and 5th. They're sort of riding together at just around 4 minutes down. They're the only athletes starting to take a little bit of time out of Jess Learmont and Kate Woff at the front. That gap was well over 4:15, 4:20 before. It's now down to just over 4 minutes. So they are the fastest movers out on the course, and they are the two athletes that are starting to chip into that lead.
Are my eyes playing tricks, or is this literally time travel and that an oval chainring at the front? Can anyone else pick that up? I mean, we just had eyes on the golden chainring right there. That looks oval to me. So this is an old technology to get you over what is called the dead spot, where you've got no power output when you're basically switching from pulling to pushing. And it was a theory that was very popular 10, 20 years ago. Chris Froome famously rode it to victory in the Tour de France, but it sort of got disproven, and I think that's what we're seeing right here, which would be an interesting piece of tech. It's definitely
You've got more
custom.
eagle eyes than me, because I can't quite pick that out.
I'm also short-sighted and I can't see from here to the wall. So if anybody out there has got some information on that, that would be interesting, because, yeah, I haven't seen an old golden chainring.
At the colour. It's a bit of a flex, isn't it?
Also a statement, yes.
Yeah.
Is that oval? I'm not sure, Jan. I'm not sure. It could be. It could be.
We can ask Jess after the race. Well, it could be our first question to her after you've won. What's the shape of your chainring?
Yeah. Again, maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks, but it does seem to have a wobble in it.
Yeah, and talk us through the technical section here of the track, because it's so tight, isn't it, and small and compact. How is it going through on a TT bike on that section?
Well, this is another one of those things, especially in a heat race, that you have to consider, right? Because you're slowing down, not to a stop, but a significant amount, so that requires you to put out a lot of power just to get back up to speed. You're also trying to grab bottles at the same time. The problem with heat is, if you overexert yourself, it's very hard to get your heart rate back down.
So we're just noticing now for the first time that, unfortunately, we've got our first DNF of the race. Lucy Byram, our number 3, has pulled out. We haven't got too much information on that, but we know that she's okay. She doesn't need any medical assistance. So we'll see her back, I'm sure. She's an athlete who raced all of our series last year, and one of our most highly contracted athletes for 2025.
Yeah, finished 7th here last year, so knows how to take on Singapore, and will have used all that experience. But yeah, we assume some sort of issue for her.
So I heard some rumors that she wasn't 100% going into this race, but an interesting stat is that we've had 15 DNFs in Singapore in 2 years' time. So if you do the numbers, 80 athletes in total, that's almost 20% DNF rate, which is phenomenally higher than any other race we would have seen. Normally it's kind of a 95, 92% finish rate, somewhere around there. So you can see the course is extremely hard, conditions are tough, and Lucy Charles-Barclay normally absolutely loves them, and she's once again here with a solid performance.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for Lucy, because she won't really be used to this exact position, right? She normally comes out right at the front of the swim, which of course she did today, but she had a lot more company than maybe she would usually have. And out onto the bike, it was Jessica Learmont and Kate Woff who just sort of took off straight away out of T1. And while Lucy has settled really nicely into her own pace, she's had to be totally on her own all day on the bike. which, yes, she's used to, but she's not used to doing that in third position. She's used to doing that up there in first position. So again, she's an incredibly experienced athlete. We know she's fit and healthy coming into this season. So, you know, is this a case of just riding her own race and knowing her own power and knowing what she's capable of in these conditions?
It's kind of what she needs to do if Taylor Knibb is in the race. But to be honest, I mean, she's obviously had a tough going since London last year. And I, for one, am just happy to see her back on the start line and just doing what she does best, and that's going out and fighting for the best position she can possibly get on the day.
Well, we can get some reaction from the Charles Barkley camp. Alex is down with them now.
Indeed, thank you very much indeed, Matt Evans, alongside Lucy Charles Barkley's manager, who is tucked in third at the moment. Are you a happy manager with that?
Yeah, this event's all about, you know, burning out the cobwebs and getting back in. It was a tough year last year, so she loves coming to Singapore. It's hot, humid, fans are wonderful. So, yeah, it's good just to see her up there contending at the pointy end.
I saw her at breakfast this morning. It's a big old smile. She looked very relaxed. What's her mindset been coming into this year's T100 series?
Yeah, look, she's relaxed, but there's definitely that little bit of a tension of I need to get back in the game and put in the performance that I have in the past.
Okay, you mentioned that tension. Wherever Lucy goes, there is noise. There are headlines, there are posters, etc., with her face on. Is she wearing that lightly from your perspective, or is she beginning to feel the weight of expectation that comes from those around her?
I don't think she feels the weight of the expectations. I think it's more for Lucy is when you get some of the haters, if anything, and that fuels the fire for her. So, you know, you get your different podcasters and so on that like to have a bit of a chirp, but she loves, you know, the fan engagement, walking around here in Singapore, the kids coming up, and she loves that sort of thing. It's fantastic.
And what has been the work on for her specifically coming into this year's T100 World Triathlon Series in order to push to another level?
Yeah, so leading into Nice last year with an injury, it's been about a slow build back, get herself ready for the year ahead. T100, it's that race to Qatar is all year, so she needs to be ready for that and obviously go back and defend her title in Kona.
And just thinking specifically T100, everybody involved in the women's draw is now part of Operation Catch Taylor Knibb. Is Lucy disappointed not to have a crack at the champion this weekend?
Look, I think she would have loved to, but it's pretty clear Taylor doesn't like coming out to the heat and humidity and travelling out here. I hope she's okay, but as I understand, the personal reasons were that she just didn't want to come here, which is a bit disappointing. But it is what it is. You can only race who shows up, and how good is it out there? You know, it's looking at Jess flying off the front. That's one for the mums, and so I think it's about let's catch Jess.
For now, but looking at the bigger picture, what is it going to take to catch Taylor?
Look, I think it's, you know, swim fast, bike fast, and run fast. But look, I think it's about consistency as well. You see that's where Taylor's been really strong. You know, we saw Kat Matthews last year. We see Ashleigh Gentle. It's about that consistency, and that's what Lucy will be finding. She's a big event racer, but she wants to get that consistency to take on the big dogs.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see how this one unfolds. Thanks for your time, Evan. Good on you. Thanks.
Triathlon, as easy as that. Swim fast, bike fast, run fast. Jan, it's easy, simple, isn't it?
Yeah, rocket science reinvented. Little did you know. Newsflash from T2 here in Singapore. I mean, to be honest, there is, you know, the good old KISS, keep it simple. And that is the logic of it. Yes, I know. I wasn't sure.
Oh, I thought we should just, you know, do the full thing.
True, it does help with the spelling as well. But the honest thing is, I mean, of course, the intricacies of that are hard to get right. And it is the fine balance that we spoke about earlier between being fit and being healthy and not overtraining. And that's why it's great to see someone like Lucy back at it, being aggressive, you know, dealing with what she's got on the day after having to deal with injuries for well, months and months.
2 second places on the T100 last year. What's she got to do to win? What's she got to do to win a T100 race?
We know she's got it in her. I mean, she is Miss Consistency. She's someone who's knocked on the door of a World Championship 5 times before actually getting the top step and come second to different people every single time. And that is something that really shows she wants it. She's ready to dedicate her life to it. It does, of course, become trickier as you get older, simply because you got to avoid injuries and maintain strength. But it's something where I find she's a real role model in terms of persistence, resilience, and just sticking to her guns and trying to figure it out every single time.
She seems to love it as well, you know, the pursuit of just being better and trying to be the very best, and sort of seems to just lap up that training and that intensity that she has to give to it. And I think it's really cool to see as other athletes, and whether you're a professional or an age grouper, I think what she gives back to the sport in that way is really cool, because she does document all of it, of course, and people can watch and see what she does. And yeah, she's just such a role model for our sport.
Yeah, hugely popular on social media, as I said earlier, 500,000 followers, no mean feat. Right, the T100 isn't just about the pro athletes. Thousands of amateurs will race the 100 distance across the season and across the world. Come and join us.
Grateful to be here. We get to do this.
And entry is currently open for London and Vancouver, so if you like what you're seeing, find your race at t100triathlon.com or scan the QR code on screen.
While we are here in Singapore, what an event London was last year. I mean, the whole participation and seeing the age groupers out there, it was absolutely bonkers. You have that, what's the expo centre called again?
The XL building.
The
it
XL
gives something
building.
a bit different, doesn't it, having the transition
Absolutely
area
does.
indoors and the finish area, of course, indoors as well. And it just brings up the atmosphere, I think. And yeah, it was pretty special.
Yeah, the noise of an indoor transition zone, nothing quite like it, is there, in our sport. All right, so we've got another look here at Jess Learmonth out in front.
No, I think we're with Lisa.
Oh, beg your pardon, sorry.
Yeah. Similar colour suit, but we're with Lisa now.
Oh, I was going off the suit colour. Thank you for correcting me.
Absolutely. Interesting also, she's chosen a normal pair of sunglasses versus a visor, which would give a little bit more of draft around her head as she's trying to cool herself down on this climb. And just a testament again to the conditions and how tough they are. You use these climbs, it's the time that you're out of the aero position, try and get in a little bit more oxygen, but it's also when you're slowest and therefore can grab your nutrition as well as a cooling strategy.
Yeah, we can see she's been the biggest mover on the bike there. She's moved up a whole 10 places through this bike so far. But Amelia Watkinson, we saw that crash that she had. She's moved up another 7 places and she's now riding in 8th place. Yes, she's 7 minutes down, but for someone who had a crash and we believe a front wheel change after that point, that's a really good position for her to be in. I think that's pretty impressive to have come that far back up the course. But she's someone who likes this course too, Amelia Watkinson. She was, I think, 4th here last season, I think something like that. She had a really good result here last year, so she's an athlete who likes these conditions too.
She was indeed.
Phenomenal cyclist as well. I mean, she's on a national level competing at national championships, so it's definitely a sign, but it's also a sign to Jess Learmonth riding off the front, taking this challenge and absolutely thriving in it. I mean, you can talk a little bit more to the British system and how tough it is once you survive it. I mean, there are so many good athletes coming out of the British system, particularly on the female side. The depth seems endless, and the toughness as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a really good system over the years, and someone like Jess is interesting, but she came into the sport a little bit later. She worked sort of normal jobs, if you like. She likes to talk about when she used to work on the fish counter at the supermarket, and from there went on to do some personal training before she got into professional sport, and she was working alongside doing triathlon for a little while. And she comes from a swimming background, no surprise there. We've seen the strength of swimmer she is, but within a couple of years in the sport she made a name for herself on the bike too. And there we go, we are back with Jess now. We We know what a phenomenal swim biker she is, but she proved herself as an all-round athlete, getting some, lots of podiums in the World Series. She finished second overall in the short course World Series in 2019. She's got that Olympic gold medal from the mixed team relay from the Tokyo Olympics. She actually crossed the line first at the Tokyo Olympic test event, only to be slightly controversially disqualified for holding another competitor's hand across the finish line. So that was one of the more, I guess, iconic, but for the wrong reasons, moments of our sport, but it doesn't take away from what she did on that day. So she's moulded herself into a really, really strong all-round athlete. But, in our system in the UK is such that if you didn't raise your level, you weren't going to be in with a shout, of getting funding, getting into the top races. And it was a case where we just sort of all pushed each other on to be better and better. And it's something that I think we're seeing mostly in Germany now. I mean, the strength you've got in Germany, both female and male triathlon, I would say probably more so in the female side, is just because you've got so many athletes pushing each other to be better and better.
Yeah, I definitely think there is something to be said for that. By the way, we do have confirmation. It is at least described as non-circular, the chainring. Lenticular, to be exact, whatever exactly that means. And it's a furthering of the development that we used to see on the chainrings of Chris Froome. As we go back to Lisa Pertera here, one of the strong movers on the bike.
Yeah, she's an interesting athlete. As I said, she's done her whole career up until this point in short course, but she has looked to move on to the middle and long distances for a little while now. And after the Olympics last year, she decided it was time to move. And Jan, you're pointing out something technical as I talk.
Can we just have a moment to appreciate the thousands and thousands of euros that would have gone into aerodynamic testing and optimization, and then you stick a gel to your top tube? We used to see this is an iconic sort of early day triathlon shot where people used to do this and have this row of gels kind of stacked on top of each other. I mean, I guess it's handy there, but with all the amount of storage that's now provided on these bikes, certainly something you wouldn't see anymore. Yeah.
So what we're saying is she might be pretty much the biggest mover on the bike course right now, but there's definitely room for improvement with a few tweaks to the aerodynamics there.
How many kilometers an hour can we improve if we remove those gels?
Yeah, that's an interesting debate, but I think it's obviously something of comfort as well, and nutrition is extremely important. So.
All right, well, speaking of nutrition, we've got some footage of Jess Learmonth dropping her bottle, I believe. Let's have a look at this. Now it looks like it's fallen off accidentally. She didn't go over a bump though, did she? So maybe it's just slipped.
I think she had it in her hand at the time, so I think she was trying to take it on. You can't quite tell from that angle, so that's going to be one for the competition jury to have a little look at, the officials, to see whether they think that she was attempting to take a drink or not.
Well, we don't know if there was actually a technical official there. It does seem like it was definitely unintentional, as we see another focus on that bottle. And that's the thing about Singapore. It's so spotless and so clean. If there's one gel packet or one bottle on the road, you pick up on it straight away. Yeah, it's tough, but you wouldn't want to see someone penalized for an unintentional error like that.
No, and that is something that we know this year there is going to be as much discretion as the officials can give. They are going to give penalties when they are warranted, but they're not going to be mean to the athletes for the sake of it. It's using the rules sensibly and interpreting the rules in the right way and being fair to the athletes. So it'll be interesting to see whether Jess is penalised for that, but I think most importantly what we can see there is she doesn't have a bottle anymore, so that's the biggest.
She has one between her arms. In the front there's still
is
one
there
bottle
still
left.
One there?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
There we go, so
it's
she's
one
only
of the
got
original
one.
Ones.
Yeah.
So that would be her nutrition. And the other thing that you can see left on the back wheel there, if you're wondering, that yellow thing, that's a rubber band,
That's
which was
elastic,
used
yeah,
to keep her shoes in place that she could jump onto the bike and be aggressive straight away. But yes, she seems to have her nutrition left. So normally you would have an energy concentrate, some Morton or whatever it is in that bottle, and then keep the other spaces for bottles with ice water.
She's going to have to, well, certainly at the next aid station, she's going to have to slow down and make sure she gets a bottle, isn't she? Because she can't do another, how many laps we've got left? Two laps. So she can't, one more lap after this. So she won't be able to do that without any water, you would think. So she might just have to lose a bit of time in order to make sure she is well hydrated.
I think more than anything, it's what's the risk worth to not slow down and get some fluids on. It's a long 18 kilometers still to come on the run for them, and not having enough fluids at this point could be crucial in the latter stages of the run. So I think for someone like Jess now, knowing that she doesn't have any fluids, she does need to just be really careful and make sure she gets a bottle at the next aid station. And it goes back to what you were saying, Jan, about making sure you do it right. You've got to slow down a little bit. It's worth doing it right.
Hand on heart, would you slow down?
In these conditions, if I didn't have a water bottle, I think I probably would. Just the one time to get a bottle on the last lap, I think it's probably worth it.
Well, you want to avoid that point where you're thirsty, right? You want to eat before you're hungry, you want to drink before you're thirsty. They're kind of the key things to maintain in all this kind of position, as we see her coming into this slightly technical bit of the course, bit of concentration, but let's hope she manages to get a sticky hand and a sticky bottle.
So at what point in the race, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, Vicky, about how Jess had gone off hard. She'd gone out, obviously, brilliantly in the swim. She'd gone out hard in the bike. She'd built the lead. Kate Woff managed to keep right with her. We're now 15K from that second transition zone. This is really looking like a phenomenal bike leg for both Jess and for Kate in second.
Yeah, you know, I spoke about it pre-race, I spoke about it earlier on in the broadcast. I'm not that surprised to see Jess doing what she's doing right now. And as I said again, I have a friendship with Jess, so I do know a little bit more about what she's been up to. And I know that these are the two legs of the race that she was the most confident in. She has had a little bit of a problem with her calf, so I know her running isn't quite where she wants it to be. And so building up a big lead for her was crucial.
Can we just mention Hannah Berry, as we've got the standings right here. 5th position, something I probably would not have predicted. Having a very, very strong race so far. Doing well ahead of Ashleigh Gentle. I think that's quite remarkable.
That was Flora, I think, just on the side of the road there. So Flora, we spoke about not having the race that she would want at this point, and obviously definitely not having that race now as she's on the side of the course. So we haven't got any confirmation of a official DNF, but being stood on the side of the course is not great. She was yelling at Jess as Jess went past her. Jess also lapping Mintu Huka here. So Jess really taking some serious time out of other athletes on this course.
So Lucy Charles-Barclay in 3rd place. Similarly, doesn't seem to have many bottles on her bike either. Oh no, she's got 2. She's got 2 at the front.
Yeah, that's the new trend, the new era trend, since athletes are no longer allowed to put bottles into their suits, which was considered an aerodynamic flaring. Now they've put them between their arms, which aerodynamically is equally effective and doubles up as a water and nutrition storage, which is something that you need these days. I mean, the consumption of carbohydrates has gone through the roof for these athletes. You know, we used to take on an absolute minimum. We'd take maybe 1-2 gels for a race, whereas right now athletes are pushing boundaries, probably in the female space, somewhere 3 to 4 gels an hour, every single hour, and that needs to be stored somewhere. And many athletes choose to take those calories on through their fluids so that they don't actually have a gel stuck to their bike, like Lisa.
Like Lisa, yeah.
But having it in their bottles to make sure that they've got enough calories to get through the race.
It's hard to train that as well, isn't it? To train your stomach to be able to, you know, hold that amount of fluid and energy and calories and sugars, basically. It's quite hard work for a lot of athletes to take on that amount of energy.
Yeah, when in your career then did you start to change your nutrition so drastically? Was there a point that you thought, hold on a minute, I could really elevate my performance if I put more energy, I guess, into finding out what's out there?
Well, I mean, it really was something that was emphasized during the pandemic, actually, where a lot of research was going on and a lot of athletes were using that time to fine-tune their performance. And to be honest, I was caught a little bit on the back foot. I was taking 10 weeks being confined at home as family time, and missed the boat for a very long time until I found a nutritional expert, Scott Tyndall, who helped me get onto that train. And it really was a game changer, because it's not just during the race, it's during training, and you come home more refreshed, not as fatigued. That's good.
I think a lot of amateur athletes, just while we're talking about nutrition, will probably reflect on how they feel after a marathon and go, I am spent, I can't do anything for a week. And obviously if you guys as professional athletes are saying, no, Alden, I feel good and I can now hit my training hard the next day and the days after that, it's a very, very different feeling.
It is, absolutely, but when you don't go into that caloric deficit all the time, the recovery is much, much quicker. And it would definitely, in my opinion, have changed the game. You can see the times are getting faster, you can see performances are getting better, and I attribute a lot of that to nutrition. As we see Flora Duffy correctly pointed out, standing next to her husband on the side of the road, we could see she was getting more than 10 minutes behind. She's smiling though.
She's got a smile on her face, which is nice to see.
But it is nice to see.
We don't want to see her out the race, of course we don't, but at least she's got a smile on her face.
Taking the rough moments with the better ones as the champion that she is. But yeah, we'll find out at some point later on what exactly has been going on with Flora, but it was pretty evident from late on in the swim where she started to let that gap go to the front pack that something wasn't quite right, and she's just holding her left sort of glute hip area there, so something's not quite right, whether that's a little bit of cramp or something, but she doesn't look totally comfortable.
Could just be the strain, honestly. I mean, this kind of heat, if you're not used to the time trial position, depending on where you've prepared, South Africa, it's obviously been summer, but it's not this kind of humidity, and it just is a different beast when you come out here with the humidity and heat.
So Jess Learmonth still out in front. 12 kilometres of this bike leg still to go, and still a few specks of rain on the lens of that camera. We've managed to avoid any heavy downpours so far.
Yeah, I'm just looking a little bit further back down the field now. So now there is a gap of over 6 minutes between Jess Learmonth and Ashleigh Gentle. Now we know Ashleigh Gentle took 5.5 minutes out of Lucy Charles-Barclay last year on the run, and then another minute or so, which is what she won by in the end. So she is capable of bringing down these kind of gaps, but who knows what Jess Learmonth and Kate Woff are going to do when they hit that run course.
Absolutely, and great shots there of the Singapore Sports Hub in the background, the Rugby Sevens taking place across the weekend. There was a brilliant bit of footage of some of our athletes, Kate Woff, Jess Learmonth, and Lucy Charles-Barclay meeting the GB Sevens athletes. And it was just a brilliant exchange of both of them looking at each other going, I don't know how you do what you do, I don't know how you get crunched in a tackle, and I don't know how you're in zone 4 and zone 5 for 3.5 hours plus in a T100 race. So we can definitely see an increase in the rain. I probably slightly commentators cursed there when I said we haven't had too much rain. You can hear it on the mic of the camera, and you can definitely see it on the road as well. Let's then talk about the impact of the rain and how that's going to affect the race, Jan. I mean, water on the road is obviously going to slow it down.
Absolutely. We've got two interesting things on screen right now. The one is the wet road. The other one is India Lee, DNF, according to our data, adding another one of the many athletes that haven't made it through this brutal course. I said it early on, I think it is probably the most brutal course we've got. And now coming back to the rain, this will be really interesting because we saw a lot of athletes take a gamble on their tire pressure. It was sort of 50-50 before the race, what's going to happen. And what you want in these kind of conditions is just a slightly lower tire pressure, which gives you a bit more rolling resistance, but it gives you a bit more grip around the corners. And it'll be interesting to see who took the risk. I mean, we're almost home, but you really, really want to make sure you stay upright because that will
You gotta stay upright, yes.
really not be pretty.
Yeah, we really want to know what happened to India Lee there. Obviously, we saw Flora Duffy on the side of the road. We had word that Lucy Byron was out the race. We haven't heard anything about India Lee, and she was riding well, and then all of a sudden she's off the course, so we just don't know what's happened there.
Get a look at Hannah Berry.
Look at that. What a dream team, getting us some pictures of somebody who's having an absolute flyer of a race. Hannah Berry looking strong, looking very composed, looking smooth.
And the difference between her and Jess Learmonth is pretty stark. Of course, we've got Jess at the front of the race, but look how stable Hannah Berry's head is there. The position she's holding with her neck, that line, smooth line you've got from her helmet all the way down her back. Jess obviously riding so strongly and taking time out of everyone on this course, but her head was bobbing around quite a lot. It was quite high still, and that I think is just because Jess hasn't done this for very long. She's got time to improve on that, whereas Hannah Berry is a very honed athlete over the middle and long distance, and yeah, riding so well today.
Interesting, she's still also on the dry part of the course, but of course she's also used to holding this position for 180 kilometers. So there is something that every athlete brings to the T100. I think that's the unique thing. You have the extreme speed of the ITU, of the short distance athletes, and you have middle and long distance athletes, and everybody has a quality that they bring, right? And that's what makes this kind of racing so exciting to me.
Another mover up the leaderboard there, we've got Meg McDonald, and she's moved her way up into the top 10 for the first time. So really rooting for Meg, aren't we, Matt? Matt's giving a little bit of a cheer on the other side.
I just think it's incredible that she was given a week's notice to come to Singapore.
Absolutely.
We've spoken at length in this commentary about how much preparation these athletes have been doing. They've been off to Thailand or Australia, and they've been focusing so hard on the heat preparation to be ready for Singapore. And Meg McDonald, you know, UK has not been that warm recently, has it, Vicky? So she won't have had all of that experience.
Yeah, she won't have had the heat preparation. She hasn't had the time. And we spoke about it earlier. She knows she's not in her absolute top position. As we're just seeing India Lee on the side of the road, she's having some ice, I believe, put down her suit there.
Singapore not proving lucky for her.
Not at all, is it? No, this is never nice to see an athlete sat with head on hands on the side of the course, but it looks like she's overheated.
Yeah, back with Hannah Berry, we've just, you know, this is an athlete who's had a lot of injury and has seemingly finally had a good run for the past 6 months, where she spent some time in Noosa, actually trained with the infamous John Rogers, JR, who is a man in his 80s who just says it the way it is and gives you tough swim workouts, and he's somebody I've really enjoyed training with.
He's a bit of an iconic swim coach, isn't he, JR?
He is, and you know, it seems to work really well. She's also coached by Ben Rezel, who is Jelle Geens and Patrick Lange's coach. So obviously somebody who can seem to get the best out of athletes, and having her day.
She's got a PhD in biotech engineering as well. She quit her job in medical research in 2020 to go full-time as a triathlete. So pretty smart as well.
She's got something going on up there, hasn't she?
she's got an awful lot. She's got an awful lot going.
Yeah, we've also had, I mean, we've had a real shuffle around in the top 10 on the bike section. So we should also mention we've got Grace Tech, who I think, according to that pylon, has just been overtaken by Meg McDonald, but is still in the top 10. And she's a really strong runner, so she's put herself in with a shout of moving even further up as they head on to the run course. Marlene de Boer's moved up into 8th place. That's a brilliant result for her as well. She was, I think, the European long distance champion last year as well. So we've got a lot of new names in the top 10 on this bike course, and in the T100 in general. Some of these people have never raced T100 before, or very rarely raced it. It's a whole new look for 2025.
Yeah, and this might be a really good opportunity just to compare Jess Learmonth and Hannah Berry in their positions on the TT bike. Talk us through it.
Well, I mean, again, you see Hannah is just almost like a wind tunnel position, right? She is absolutely focused and knows that's what she needs to get the most out of her aerodynamics. See Jess still sitting up a lot more. Her head is moving up, it's moving down to the side. And that's totally normal, especially at this stage of the race where, you know, you're trying to just find some reprieve. She's shaking out her hands there, and that's a usual sign, because what can happen is that you get these little mini cramps in your hands and in your lower hands just because of the salt rate going up, but I think it's also a thing of sheer exhaustion, holding that position, trying to be focused, and she is really getting herself ready for the run rather than focus on 100% aerodynamics.
That was the most Jess look I think I've ever seen. That she's just like, wow, what have I done? Here we go, got an 18K run to go.
Well, you've got yourself a handy lead to go with it. She's standing up, getting out of the saddle, all these things you don't want to do aerodynamically, but right now it is really about prepping your run, getting yourself in the best possible shape, because coming from the time trial position, I think the triathletes amongst us know this feeling, but it is, how would you describe it? I mean, it's literally something like someone's poured concrete into your legs for the first few hundred meters of trying to get going.
Sort of a combination of super heavy and super jelly legs, I think is the best way to describe it.
Tight loose.
Yeah, just, yeah. Can't really describe it properly, but that is pretty much what she's got going on. Just going back to her shaking out her hands there a bit as well, I know Jess is someone who suffers with getting some numbness into her hands, and the position you're in when you're down on the bars, it sort of really closes off your shoulders, cramps up that sort of area of your body, and that can lead to getting a little bit of tingling, a bit of numbness in her hands. So I wonder if she was struggling with that a little bit as well.
Okay, so as we approach the final lap, we're on the final lap of the bike, but just over 6K to go until the second transition zone. I think we should start to talk about what's going to happen on this run leg and who you would favour looking good into the final third of this race. A puff of the cheeks from Jan, which means I'm going to come to you first.
Well, this is the famous old prediction mechanism, and those that follow my predictions, they know that I eat a lot of glass shards from looking into the glass ball. It's not one of my strengths, but right now, I mean, Kate Woff has got herself in a good position. I mean, she's a strong runner. She's run 33, mid 33.
33.40 off the bike, yeah.
Off the bike. I mean, that's a strong performance. So right now, she's got a big lead to someone like Ashleigh Gentle, who would be considered the strongest runner in the field right now. Julie Deron is miles off, so for her to catch up seems, unlikely at this stage. And even Ashleigh Gentle, 6 minutes of a gap to close. I think she has got herself in the money seat. Ash closed down over 5 minutes last year, so we don't want to discount her at all. But right now, a favorite position for me would be Kate Woff. Not just discounting Jess. I mean, she's obviously a bit of a, well, not wild card, but somebody.
She said the motorbike's hot, so she can feel the heat coming off the motorbike. She's having can't be that exhausted. She's having a chat to the moto driver, the moto pilot.
Well, it's a good opportunity to shout out our motorbike drivers and also camera crew, who, don't forget, are doing this in full motorbike suits. So they're full leathers, and I imagine they're also pretty hot. I'm not taking away from what the athletes are doing, but I also think we should shout out our drivers as well. Come on, Vicky, who are you predicting to lead come 18 kilometres time in the run?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have too much different to say to Jan, unsurprisingly. I do think the way things stand right now, I would make Kate Woff favourite for the win. We haven't seen as much of her on the bike. She is sort of sitting those 20 seconds or so behind Jess, where she's been pretty much the whole way through this 80 kilometres. But with her run calibre, if she can hold it together over this extended distance, I think she's the favourite now. That's such a big gap. I think that would be hard to overcome. We look a little bit further behind, Lucy Charles-Barclay. She's a bit unknown at this point. She hasn't raced since, late summer of last year with those injuries she incurred, but she's, only 3:39 down. And Lisa Pertera as well. She comes from a strong running background, and I know she loves these conditions.
We've got 3 Brits in front right now, so Jess Learmonth, Kate Woff and Lucy Charles-Barclay dominating the podium. I'm sure we'd have a couple of happy commentators in the room.
Well, we actually had a British sweep of the podium at the first race last year in Miami.
Exactly, we did.
So it could be about to happen again.
Goodness
We've unfortunately lost 2 of the Brits from the race, with India Lee and Lucy Byram. As we notice now as well that Mintu Hooker is now out of the race. We saw her on the side of the road stretching out what looked to be cramp at one point, and then we also saw Jess Learmonth come up past her and lap her on the bike, and she has now taken herself off the course. So, as Jan was referring to earlier, that high rate of DNFs that we seem to always get here in Singapore is continuing.
Yeah, 20% of the field already out, and we haven't even started the run, which is where it's going to heat up a lot more, because that little rain shower didn't seem like much, but it was one of those things. Now with the direct sun on it, the humidity just seems to extrapolate and feel that much more intense. So it really is going to be very, very tough out on that run course. And interestingly enough, watching the athletes pre-start, as we were down in the start, some of the athletes wearing ice vests, doing all these things to cool down, and other athletes just not phased. I mean, Ashleigh Gentle, she was just walking around, she was just in a happy element. You know, everyone was trying to pour ice and wear a nice jacket and all these things. Els Visser was another one, having a tough day right here, but she was just not phased. She was happy, and I think that may still impact our run come the later kilometers.
It's interesting you mention Visser just there. Her and Marta Sanchez were racing Ironman South Africa last weekend. I thought we should give just have a shout out to them, but also just question really that decision, because I mean, I mean, Jan's got his head in his hands at the moment.
I'm laughing here because I know exactly how Jan feels about these sort of decisions, so I'm going to hand over to Jan.
Marta Sanchez, to be fair to her, did finish second, so it was a brilliant weekend for her in South Africa, but at what cost, I guess, this weekend?
I've been running this morning, so I'm a little bit less opinionated in terms of expressing myself quite so strongly. But in my opinion, you've got to set yourself up for success for an entire season. And the thing is, I mean, we saw some of the athletes and half looking like zombies still, rightfully so. I mean, that is just a huge exertion, physically, mentally. And to come here and back things up, it just makes me question the choice of trying to get your Ironman qualification a week beforehand. I mean, the calendar is full. You can choose any race. Why choose it before possibly the biggest start of the season ever, where all the cameras are on, all the best athletes are on? It just seems like a tough position to put yourself into.
So Kate Woff, with eyes just about behind that graphic there, you can see Jess Learmonth just out in front. And just while we're finishing that discussion on the Ironman debate of last weekend, I think if you're an amateur athlete, maybe some of them who are taking part this weekend in the T100, you're going, I cannot believe what I'm about to do. I'm about to do a T100 distance event. It's unfathomable to the average man or woman that they could do an Ironman the weekend before and then come here. Even that in itself is kind of superhero stuff as far as I'm concerned, but I'm sat opposite two elite athletes, so I'll let you fill in the blanks there.
It is until you're 15 minutes behind. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but that it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's professional. I don't think it's, again, setting yourself up for success. There is a great chance, there's a great opportunity. There is a coverage that you never get to build your brand as an athlete. And it just seems like a bit of a wasted opportunity, because you know this is going to be an obligation. As we see the Singapore Flyer in the background with the air-conditioned cabins that each and every one of these athletes would want to be in right now.
They will not be looking at those to be too jealous, I think, to look over that way.
Do you think Jess here has lost her, her sunshade part of the visor, hasn't she?
Absolutely, she has. I was just thinking exactly the same. Whether that's just something because she was trying to wipe some sweat out of her eyeballs, which I'm sure are also sweating at this stage.
She might have also had some rain on it from where we did see that little rain shower. So yeah, she could have been trying to just clear it off and has unfortunately lost it. But she is just 2.5 kilometers from the end of the bike now.
And every time looking over in disbelief, like, are you serious? Is that how hot it is? That's kind of what the look says to me.
We need to get a mic on her, don't we, at this point in the race and hear what she's thinking, because I bet she'd give us
it would be classic stuff.
Fairly blunt answers about the sort of paint she's in.
I think that would be a great new idea for the coverage, for an add-on. I've tried it with my daughter. I put a camera on her head and put a microphone on her when she skis, and the commentary you get would be a great insight for us triathlon fans sitting at home, what these athletes are actually saying.
I think Jess's biggest problem would probably be trying not to swear, knowing her and seeing what she came up with, but we would also get some pure moments of gold in there, I'm sure.
So we've spoken. Sorry, I was going to say we've spoken about Jess's position on the TT bike. What about Kate's position on the TT bike?
Well, you can see it's somebody who's worked hard, who's set herself up, but there is a long way to go there. You see the gap that is between the top of her helmet or the back of her helmet and her shoulders. It's immense, and you can see it's just the curve is just far more upright, right? I think they've optimized, but you always have to optimize for what your body is actually capable. You have to check your flexibility, and there is no one-size-fits-all aerodynamic solution. Everybody has to go in, start from zero, and test. And there are many, many so-called runs that you do where you test different positions, and then you have to test that versus the power you're actually able to put out, because just being flat and low might not be the best to get fast. As we see Jess taking off her shoes.
Out. Yeah. I mean, it's also a process, right? You can't just go into a super aero and aggressive position from nothing. You have to take your time and do it bit by bit. And she's looking around there as if she maybe has gone the wrong way. I don't think she has, but she is only just a... Yeah, there you go. She's just talking to the moto, making sure that they weren't beeping at her. They were beeping at the people on the side of the road to make sure they didn't step out. But yeah, she is just about to approach transition, and she just started to undo her straps. Got a little bit wobbly there, but didn't cause any issues in the end.
So our leader, Jess Learmonth, makes her way into the transition zone. She's going to be followed not too far behind by Kate Woff, and then there's going to be a big gap to Pertera and Charles Barkley. But for now, let's focus on Jess Learmonth and look at how she's getting off the bike.
No mistakes.
Again, we got a little bit of commentary from Jess there as her feet hit the floor. That's just so normal. Cramping, she's saying to someone on the side there, so I think she's probably just starting to feel a little bit sore and tight.
And Kate coming in as well, just off her heels. The distance tells me that she was actually pacing her own race, right? Because she was never close, but she does look a lot more dynamic coming into the transition spot. Jess actually having to stand up there thanks to a cramp, I would assume. She seems to have one in her abdominals, and just really trying to manage the workload, and almost feels like Kate has made maybe 20 seconds just in transition. Oh, another cramp. Yeah, she's cramping everywhere. Oh, poor thing.
Oh, it's horrible to see. Hopefully it's just a temporary thing while she's bending over to put her shoes on. But Kate Woff takes the lead here in Singapore. She's overtaken Jess Learmonth in the transition area, and she will begin this 18-kilometer run in the lead.
Well, we made her our favourite, didn't we? But we didn't probably expect her to do it right out of T2. And she looked so much smoother and in control through T2. She clearly wasn't struggling with any of those cramps that Jess seemed to be almost feeling them everywhere in her body. And as I said earlier, I know Jess has had a little bit of a problem with her calf, so her run's been a bit unknown to her. She hasn't done much running at all in the build-up to this race, trying to just save herself to get out on the course and get through it. She is moving though, we can see her in the back of that shot. She's not had to stop, she's getting flowing again, and hopefully that will just help her shake out those cramps.
Kate looking very smooth here in the early stages. I know, you know, it's the longest 18Ks we've probably got on tour, considering even that little climb we've got towards the far end of the course. But right now she's starting off extremely smooth, and it does speak to the fact that she was pacing herself on the bike. She had Jess in her sights, but she never rode up to her. There were no pacing games. She didn't have to have these peaks to try and stay in a pack. And I have to say, very, very mature racing for somebody who hasn't been at this kind of distance.
Yeah, never raced over this distance, still only 26 years old, and she's done a tiny bit of non-draft racing, but only over shorter distances. She raced the Phuket Triathlon late last year, but that's over a shorter distance. And so really we're in uncharted territory for Kate Woff, and while we know the caliber of athlete she is, there you go, slowing down almost to a walk there, just stopping to grab something out of that aid station. She's gonna really have to dig deep in the final sort of 8Ks of this race, because this is something that she's not done before. But with the level of athlete she is and the gap she's got, she could just be our winner today.
So it's now all down to the run. And I thought we could just reflect on their transition times, actually, because we've got them here, 54 seconds for Kate Woff and 1:17 for Jess Learmonth. So that obviously, given the lead was about 25 seconds, wasn't it, I think, as we entered into that transition zone, checks out. And yeah, Kate Woff in the lead.
Kate Woff in the lead, and got Jess just coming to the shot at the back there. And that's why they call it the fourth discipline. The transition is something where you can absolutely make a difference. And just as she has here, create a comfortable position. It would be much harder to close 30 seconds on a run. As we see Lisa Pertra coming off again, stepping on the line perfectly, just no mistakes to be made.
Yeah, she's had a brilliant ride there. She's ridden all the way through up into third place. 3:45 down. Lucy Charles-Barclay, a bit more ginger, a bit of a slower transition there. Some of the other girls doing a bit of a flying dismount. That's what we call it when they sort of continue rolling the bike, step their leg over and keep flowing, whereas Lucy Charles-Barclay coming to a complete stop. But both of these athletes moving pretty nicely through transition, and no one else showing yet the cramps that we saw from Jess Learmonth.
Those cramps can be very temporary, though. I've had them many, many times. Even bending over, just your abdominals cramping, it feels awful, but it kind of shakes out, right? The body really adapts quickly to the situation, and it doesn't have to be as bad as cramping for 18Ks. All the athletes making sure they get everything into their box. Lucy choosing to sit down. Interestingly, those strips of tape that you see are actually there for an aerodynamic advantage on the bike.
Oh, wow.
And it was something that was revolutionized by the Danish Olympic track cycling team. A little controversial at the time, but it's become common practice. Oh, she's looking ginger coming off.
And that's Hannah Berry there, our fifth place athlete. So an almost faultless ride and a little bit of a dodgy dismount.
2 out of 10. 2 out of 10 for that transition right there so far.
We won't rate her transition or a dismount at least too highly, but
she's running smoothly. Her running style is looking fluent. I like what I'm seeing. I think she could still do great things, because the one other thing the heat does is it's a great equalizer. It takes the edge off the pace. Things are going to slow down a bit more, and somebody who comes from a longer distance racing background could be at a huge advantage here.
More suited to it, definitely.
Exactly, just that diesel trucking on kind of pace, and
yeah, we're
really
not
shaking
likely.
things up.
We're not likely to see the likes of Ashleigh Gentle and Julie Derham running the low 320s per kilometre as we see on some of the faster courses. It's likely to be quite a bit slower than that. And now we're back with Kate, and she looks better than she did the last time we saw her. She looks like she's running faster and more smoothly, and she went out of transition pretty well, but I would say she's looking even better now than she did as she exited T2.
Does it take a little while to get into your rhythm on the run and just feel a bit at ease? You've obviously still got the cycle in your legs to a point, but yeah, I imagine it just takes a little while to adjust into the run.
Absolutely, it does. That's the thing. You just got to shake out the bike legs, and that's what I think Jess Learmonth was trying to do on the last, kilometre of the bike, get herself ready. That is not unique to the distance. That's the same thing, whatever triathlon you're doing. But I have to say, Lucy Charles-Barclay here in shot, looking smooth. So far, so good, I would say. She didn't strike me as being very comfortable. She's sitting down. She looked a bit gingerly as she was coming up, grabbing her special needs. So this is a special needs aid station where she grabs her own nutrition, the products that she's used to, grabbing the bottle and making sure that she's got exactly what she's used to, as we see Ash Gentle.
Super smooth off the bike there, and what is the gap? It's 7 minutes. Bear in mind, last year it was just over 5. She's got 7 minutes now to catch up to Kate Woff at the front if she wants to have a chance of winning this race.
What we do know about Ashleigh is that she's another athlete that doesn't seem to get affected by these conditions. That was Amelia Watkinson coming in with Ashleigh Gentle there. Both of those athletes just over 7 minutes behind, and they were first and fourth here last year. Both of them really enjoy the conditions of this type of course, and so while we can expect a lot of the athletes in this race to slow down and potentially really struggle as we get further and further into this 18 kilometres, we know that that's not likely to happen with Ashleigh Gentle, and that really does go in her favour.
I think that's the interesting thing, isn't it? I was going to say, that's the fascinating thing with where this race is at right now.
As we saw Amelia Watkinson and her right knee just having a bit of a bruising, having some cuts from that crash.
So that confirms that it was her. Having a great ride, I would definitely say. I'll see how she does in these conditions, but I think she's used to them, and she'd be definitely comfortable. And maybe that can help Ash as well, having someone to push her a little bit. I think she's going to be aggressive on this run.
So remember the gap, 6:52. Ashleigh Gentle is behind our leader, Kate Woff, at the start of the run. Mark that down, because it might well, it will certainly decrease, you would think, over the next 18 kilometres. And interesting, just a look at this course. There's obviously some shade. There's not a lot of shade, but there is some shade on that run.
And the difference is remarkable from the shade to the sun. I was just out there, and when you're standing in direct sunlight, it is no joke. It is absolutely intense.
This is Marlene de Boer we've got here right next to her, Grace Tech. So those two athletes have just come into transition in 8th and 9th place. Now they are still well over 8 minutes down, but both of these athletes have moved up the leaderboard significantly on the bike legs. So both these athletes having pretty good races today, I'd say.
Marlene de Boer having no relation to the de Boer swim course.
but she does wear the de Boer brand. So
she does wear it. It's named after
everyone
her.
wins.
Actually.
Yeah, it's meant to be. That was also Meg McDonald, we should say, in transition. And now back with Lucy Charles Barclay. She is now up into 3rd place. She's overtaken Lisa Pertera. And on the other side of the split screen, of course, our leader in Kate Woff looking smooth and in control at this point in the race. And if that pacing is accurate, then that is fast.
That does strike me as very fast, but
I'm not sure if it's accurate, because that is incredibly fast.
But they are looking pretty good, so it'll be interesting, because you don't know on the segments, you know, where a little bit of an advantage is gained through running a faster line through a corner. But particularly Kate here, to me, looks very quick and very light-footed.
So they'll make their way past the Forest Dome and past the Cloud Forest Dome. Sorry, the Flower Dome and the Cloud Forest Dome, beg your pardon, which is where Kate Woff is just going underneath at the moment. They'll then emerge out of that towards the Marina Barrage and up an incline, which is pretty sharp, it's fair to say, for that point in the course. And it's 3 laps to then end up at the finish line.
On the first lap, it's the uphill that kills you. On the last lap, it's the downhill that kills you. Downhill is something that you underestimate, but it really hurts the legs.
No chance of doing an extra lap, is there? You can bet the athletes are counting this down.
Yeah, I don't think any form of delusion is going to make you want to run 4 laps here.
No, so looking at Kate Woff here, I think what's interesting is she's had another coaching change over the winter. She has had a couple of coaching changes in the last few years, but she was in one of these sort of international short course groups under the guidance of Paulo Sousa for the last couple of seasons, and that's where she was when she was selected for those Olympics last summer. But over the winter, she's changed coaches. She's now coached by Luca Zenti, so he's predominantly a cycling coach, works for the UAE cycling team. And at the moment, it's hard to argue with the fact that it's not working for her. You know, she's in the position of her absolute career here.
Well, not taking anything away from that, let's just take a little tour back to 1 year ago, where Ash Gentle was 5.5 minutes behind Lucy, and she won by 1 minute and 35, I believe. That makes it 7 minutes.
Yeah, a big gap.
I don't think Lucy was running quite as well as what we're seeing on screen here currently, but it is an interesting position. I'm really, really keen to see what happens after lap 1, although I do think the biggest differences we're not going to see until late in lap 2 and lap 3 of this run, because that's just when the heat is going to strike.
And also where someone like Kate Woff is going to have to go to depths that she's never gone before, because she's never raced over this distance. The 18 kilometers at the end of a 100-kilometer race is such a different discipline to what she's used to. We just don't know what we're going to see yet, and that is where there is still so much jeopardy in this race. Whilst Kate looks fantastic right now, there is such a long way to go.
Well, that is the 18-kilometer distance, isn't it? It's long enough to certainly ask questions of the athletes the later they get into that 18 kilometres. Add in the heat here in Singapore. And actually, just interesting there, she's going over the tarmac. Now, when I was running down there the other day, that is so much hotter, that part of the track, than the lighter areas that you can see. And just little things like that have a big impact, don't they, on the athletes.
Shows you how much easier it is to grab those bottles when you're running, you know, 16, 17k an hour, was going 30 on the bike. Gets 2 from 2 as we get eyes back on Lucy.
You can hear that, can't you? Sort of the squelch in her shoes of the water, obviously, that she's poured over her head, but has made its way down to her shoes. Any disadvantage? I mean, to me, it doesn't sound look very pleasant, and it can't be very pleasant to run in.
Well, the one thing I've found in running in carbon shoes is that they give you an advantage, certainly in terms of the efficiency and the bounce that you get back and the energy rebound. But I also find it's quite interesting because they just seem to accentuate every sound if your technique is off by even just a smidge. And they sound extremely loud. But I think this is literally just because they're wet and the sole is ever so slipping. It's a little bit like running on cracker dust, if you could imagine. Yeah. Not the most pleasant thing in the world, but right now it doesn't sound like she's landing too far ahead of her knee and slowing herself down.
Just having a little look at the time splits there, it does look like Lisa Pertra is still in 3rd place, so we don't have eyes on her at the moment. Lucy Charles-Barclay running in 4th. And if you look at the split between Kate Woff at the front and Lucy Charles-Barclay in 4th, Kate Woff is currently running faster than Lucy Charles-Barclay. And then you look at the split back to Ashleigh Gentle, and that is exactly the same as it was when they hit T2. So right now, Kate Woff is running the exact same pace as Lucy Charles-Barclay and Ashleigh Gentle, and therefore holding her own at the front. Now, we still got 14.5 kilometres to go, but what a position to be in.
I think we've got a replay here. I think we know where this is going. Oh, in the bin.
Slam dunk.
Slam dunk. Still able to have fun at least.
Absolutely. Although you want to get that right in Singapore, you'd feel a little bit off. Oh, as we see Julie Duron
the
finally
Olympic silver
T2.
medalist here, just trying to get those shoes on as quickly as possible. The helmet's already gone into the bucket there. Having a great day, but come on, Julie, give it up for Julie.
So the Olympic silver medalist making her way out of the 2nd transition zone, and that will be a disappointment, I'm sure, to Julie, who many people were touting to be right at the front of this and a factor come the end of the race.
Well, this is the one potential issue I would take with her coach, is just he has his mindset on a certain race strategy, and, you know, the training load that some of these athletes seem to come in to these races with is something that's obviously difficult to manage. And I think success over a whole season, he's somebody who has produced champion after champion after champion on one-day events, but this is a whole different kettle of fish in terms of producing the consistency that's required over an entire season.
We just saw there Lisa Pertra running in the opposite direction to Kate Woff, and now she's coming up past Lucy Charles-Barclay as well. So Kate passing these athletes will give her a huge boost. She'll know she's still got several minutes on both of those girls. She is in fact 4 minutes and 4 seconds ahead of Lisa Pertra. Not seen Jess Learmont for a little while. She's currently lost 1 minute and 33 seconds on Kate Woff on the start of this run course. Now, we know Jess has been battling a little bit of a calf injury, and she needed a big boost, a big gap to come off the bike with. She did have a decent gap, but it looks like she's been hunted down, and there we go. That's Hannah Berry, our 5th place athlete. So Kate will now get the chance to see all these athletes as she runs back along the course, and it won't be too long now before she sees Ashleigh Gentle as well. And that's the athlete I think she's going to have eyes on the most. That's the one she's going to be keeping a really sharp eye on and seeing how she brings down that gap.
Okay, well, just like last season, across the year, athletes will be competing to become the T100 World Champion, but who will finish first in this year's Race to Qatar?
We have a race on our hands.
And as things stand, Kate Woff, if she were to win in first place, given we're in the first race of the season, she would be leading the race to Qatar come the end of the day.
Be a good start to her campaign anyways. I mean, coming off an Olympic year is always a big change. There's always an influx of athletes going and venturing onto longer distances. And it does always seem to shake up the standings a little bit. And this being the perfect testament that this is a post-Olympic year. We've got new, fresh athletes, fresh faces, making the series and the race to Qatar even more exciting.
And really sort of showing that she's earning her hotshot contract here, right? You know, she was one of the athletes that got one of those 4 hotshot contracts to come across to this distance and mix things up and show what they could do. And what a way to put down a statement in your first race over this distance. And again, when I spoke to her yesterday, I was asking her what her plans were for the season. Was it purely T100? Was she going to go back and do some of the short course racing? And she said she'd like to try and balance both series, but a lot of it depended on what happened here this weekend. So I think with the way things are going, we might see a bit of a skew in her focus this season, and we might see her really, really targeting this T100 distance now.
Well, currently we're the only ones who can see her heels. No one else is even in reach. And, you know, early days again, but was almost
close.
Unnecessary. But can, of course, happen.
Just on the Olympic, on the Olympic case, and obviously we're now in a new cycle, new Olympic cycle. So for someone like Kate Woff, will she still be having a focus on 2028 and Los Angeles? How will this feed into that part of her career?
Oh, I'm pretty sure that Kate still has a lot of focus on the Olympics. I know she was really disappointed with the way her Olympic race went last summer. I think she felt that she was in really good shape and could have shown a lot more than she did on the day. And she's still, as we said, only 26 years old. She could still have another couple of Olympic Games left in her. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's an athlete that we see over the next sort of 3 seasons, 4 seasons, dabble in both middle distance and short course. And I think the more she does this distance, I think it'll make her better, actually, over the short course racing, over that 10K run, because she'll just have a greater strength. And I think we could see probably the best of her by the time we get to LA 28. And yeah, I think she's going to be a force to be reckoned with over both distances in the coming years.
It certainly seems like that's something the modern triathlete can do, is dabble in and out of these distances. You know, I think in my era, certainly it was something more of a dedicated choice. You put yourself into one basket or the other. Whereas this is something that athletes and the way people train have now come to be the norm. And, you know, you look at Kate, I read up that she was doing triathlon since she's 8. I mean, that's 18 years of refining your craft to be at this level. You know, everybody's looking for every little bit and trying to file out all these details. 18 years to get to lead a T100 race. That's quite a bit of dedication in there.
Against the best athletes in the world. You know, it's the sort of thing you dream of as an 8-year-old, and obviously the T100 wouldn't have been around when Kate was 8, but it's a new era of triathlete. You know, when I was younger, it sort of wasn't that known as a sport. It wasn't something that many 8, 9, 10-year-olds did. It was pretty rare to be involved in the sport at that age, but it is more and more common now, and we're seeing athletes taking it up at an incredibly young age and just continuing it through and following that dream to be at the very top of the sport. And now there are so many avenues that you can go down, of course, with the different series we've got, and we've got a whole new era of youngsters who are going to be watching the T100 and taking inspiration from that.
This is a really interesting part of the course, just to mention, because she is passing the air conditioning, which is coming out of the shopping centre. There's people sitting there having beers, having a drink, having a nice time, and she right now is so far away from feeling like that.
Well, you just get a whiff of the air if you're close enough to the door, but I don't think she would be close enough. It's something that would definitely be high on her list of priorities when she finishes.
Fantastic support as well out on the course. Really good to see Kate being cheered by everyone who's come out. I imagine they come out the shopping centre, put their shopping bags down and thought they'd give Kate Woff a cheer as she makes her way I think, almost through the first lap.
That's right, yeah. She's just finishing her first lap of 3 right now. And it's interesting, she's ran pretty much the whole way with a bottle in her hand there. And that'll be for a couple of reasons. So she can continually take a sip of water, swig of water whenever she wants, but also because it'll probably be cold. So it'll be a little bit of a cooling effort, and it might just be in your own head as opposed to actually, you know, helping your core temperature to cool down. But it is something that a lot of the athletes trialed in short course racing around the really hot races that we had around Tokyo Olympics, and we did a lot of running with cold, icy cold things in our hands just to perceive that we were feeling a bit cooler. So she's probably getting a bit of that going on right now too.
Well, there's that, and then there's the practicality of what are you going to do with that bottle? I mean,
She's got to go past the littering zone.
Exactly. Once you pass the littering zone, which are very tight here in Singapore, you kind of have to hold on to it. So there's the practical part too.
We're with Lisa Perterer here, and she's still running. I think the splits keep changing. I think she's still in 3rd position. We've got 4th on the pylon, but I'll be interested to see if that reverts back, because she was definitely running in 3rd place, about 25 seconds ahead of Lucy Charles-Barclay the last time we checked. So either there's been a bit of a blip there for Lisa, or she is still running in 3rd place and moving through nicely and catching, most importantly, up to Jess Learmonth in 2nd place.
She's got quite a floppy visor on her cap. If you look at it, it's sort of bouncing up and down. Is this something that's performance, gives you performance? It, to me, looks like it might reduce performance.
Yeah, it's...
Come on, Jan, you're head of tech in this commentary team.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure of the technical advantages. It looks a little bit like those things that you wave air into your face with, but I don't think that's the idea here. I think it's just a particularly large brim of the hat. As we see Kate going through the special needs again, getting her own things. And that was the end of the litter zone. Oh, no, hang on, that was the bin. This is the end of the litter zone. So it's a very tight area for you to actually consume and then get rid of a bottle. She's looking around. I think she's being smart right now by actually taking a second to slow down. And it's quite a change of intensity, because you could never do that at an Olympic distance race, right? The depth is just so much greater, or let's just say that the difference is that much tighter over a much shorter race.
Yeah, you're always running with people pretty much in short course racing, or relatively close to other people. And that, of course, comes down to the fact that we race in packs on the bike. So, you know, that tends to split up less. What we see over, firstly, the longer distance, but also the non-drafting format, is that those gaps do appear. And this is, again, just another thing, another element that is new territory for Kate. She won't be used to just being totally out there on her own. And this is where she's got to use her smart racing head. It's incredibly hot out there. There's no doubt she's going to be hurting. She's got a long way to go. She's still got further to go than she normally races. She's still got 11.5 kilometers to go. It's a long way to go. But the gun runners coming for her are still 4+ minutes down. She's got time to really just pace this and look after herself, take her nutrition on, take the fluids on, not do anything silly. And yeah, she could bring home the biggest win of her career.
I do think she's actually taking several takes backwards, because she's probably in disbelief of just how far she's leading this race. I mean, you know, there's so many new things. She wouldn't have ever raced in a suit like this either. You know, it's just a whole different uniform. It's a whole different look. There is so much there. But imagine you would lead an Olympic distance race with that kind of a lead. It's unheard of, right?
Yeah.
And this is just because the T100 is such a test of an overall endurance athlete. The cycling just bears so much more relevance, being individual, having a 20-meter draft zone, that we're seeing, you know, the truest of a triathlete, requiring all 3 disciplines to be extremely strong.
Do you think it's the last time she'll race in a black tri-suit?
Well, she's got a white one as well. I saw she's actually got 2 with her. There we go, Jess Learmonth, as she comes through for the end of her first lap. And the contrast between what we saw from Kate and what we're seeing from Jess is pretty extreme. And this is not the face of a happy athlete anymore. I don't think she's going to be talking to many people as she comes through this lap. And I think that's both the fact that she has got that problem with her calf and she's not been able to run, but also the efforts that she put in on the bike coming to show out now.
Absolutely. I mean, hard to say, but she did look a little bit like death warmed up right there. I mean, it was tough. And she's got 2 laps to go, so we really would love to see her...
It's a long way left. It's a long bit of road left.
Maintain.
Just saw Kate Woff go past Lucy Charles-Barclay, pass her in the opposite direction again. So those are the moments that will give her these little boosts because, well, she doesn't really need a boost. She's leading a T100 race, but it'll just give her that check, that time check of going, yeah, that's about the same spot as I passed her last time.
All right, well, we've been saying the conditions have been brutal all day. Let's take a closer look.
Devastating car crash that nearly ended her entire career.
And we're just seeing, aren't we, some of the I wouldn't say highlights. They're not highlights when you see Flora Duffy. Yeah, low lights of the race so far.
Yeah, we saw Amelia Watkinson's crash, of course, Indy Lee there on the side of the road, Flora Duffy climbing over a barrier, and Mintu Hooker having cramps. Lucy Charles sort of sitting down, taking a very deep breath there as she stuffs ice down the front of her suit before she heads out onto the run as well.
Interestingly, just while we saw shots there of the transition zone, as Ashleigh Gentle can get eyes on Kate Woff as she just passes her there. Kate Woff has come from short course, obviously, transition important in all form of triathlon, the 4th discipline. But do you think she will have had a sharper focus on her transition, having already competed in short course this year in Abu Dhabi?
I don't know. I think having that little bit of uncertainty going into a project like this tends to give you an edge in your preparation because, for one, everything is new. You're not routinely relying on what you can. You're really trying to find your own limits. And whereas, you know, she may be over-prepared for this stage of the season, and we're getting shots of Lisa Bertera.
She's taking on everything she can, stopping
Jess
to get hers, and
is
Jess
struggling, and this is what we were saying. She's had about 3 minutes that she's lost down here.
So Bertera overtaking Lim on there.
That is the face and the body language of someone who is nearly beaten at this point in the race, and I just hope we can see her kind of get herself back together a little bit, you know, try and keep moving, try and get a little bit more flow into her run. She's animated the race today, there's no question about that, the way that she took on that second lap of the swim and from that point didn't look back, but she's really paying for it at the moment, and you never like to see someone fall back through the field like that, but yeah, she's been a great contender today.
She has been, and like you said, let's hope that she can bring this one home, because there is a lot of positives that she can take from this race, from her wholehearted effort, from providing us the entertainment, but she's starting to walk. Oh, she's making sure she's conscious enough to make sure she's not littering. She seemed a little bit annoyed there.
Yeah.
But
just hoping she's not having, you know, some real heat episode here. I mean, she's not looking very stable on her feet. She's looking a bit wobbly, so I'm hoping there are people out there keeping their eyes on her. She's drifting right over to the barriers there, really slowing down to douse herself with some fluids. But
and that's Lucy Charles-Barclay just overtaking Jess there.
That's right, puts Jess into 4th as Lucy Charles-Barclay goes up into 3rd. Now she is moving again.
I mean, the thing is, she's still in 4th. So she's still, you know, even if she was to slow down, take some time off per kilometre and just maybe get back into it, and is there a chance it could come back to her? Not necessarily for the win, but to at least finish top 10?
Yeah, I think with the time gaps we had, that could still be possible, but she's such a long way from home still. She really has to find a rhythm, and if it takes her a minute of walking to just sort of figure that out for her, then that's what she has to do.
yeah, I honestly think it's so important to finish, especially this when you've had such a strong effort. As we see Amelia Watkinson looking very smooth, considering she's had a bike crash. It looks like she's got a little tear in her suit there and a little knock to the knee on her right knee, and her quad actually looks like it's touched a little bit as well. But she is somebody who would be loving and relishing these conditions. Let's see what she can do over the next 2 laps.
It's brutal, isn't it? We've had fairly shady, well, points of the cycle have been fairly in the shade, but the sun is well and truly out now here in Singapore for the run, and that's just when you don't want that extra factor to come and bite you.
And there you go, Kate Woff just dipping into the shade there, which I'm sure will come as quite a big reprieve for her. But still looking fantastic for my money. She's now just hitting the 10-kilometer to mark go, and yeah, she's looking pretty good right now.
So Kate Woff then getting an eye on some of the other athletes as she makes the pass. 3 laps of this 18-kilometer run.
Yeah.
I just want to, I mean, mentally doing 3 laps of a course in this heat, that must just be soul-destroying.
Well, the heat is soul-destroying no matter how many laps they've got, I think. But I actually always loved a 3-lap course. I think that's quite a nice number to do. And the course is brilliant. You know, they run all the way along Marina Bay here. They run past some of the big sites. They run up the barrage at the far end, do a loop of that, come back again. It's got a lot to it, you know, and the fact that they're always passing as she just runs past opposite direction there. I think that might have been Julie Deron, I'm not sure, possibly Els Visser. And she's seeing these athletes all the time. That's really, really motivating for her. You've got spectators and people cheering you on all the way along the course. And I think it's quite a nice run course. Take the heat out of it, take that side of it out.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah, if we take the heat and humidity, I actually think it's a nice run course. And the other thing I was going to say about Kate, going back to sort of her mindset, is that she's come into this with no pressure. No one knows what to expect from Kate, or no one knew what to expect from Kate before today over this sort of distance. And so she's gone in completely free. And I think we're seeing that in the way she's raced this today.
So a 5-minute 24 lead ahead of Lisa Pertera, Lucy Charles-Barclay in third, just behind. Jess Learmont still trucking along in fourth. It's interesting to look down there at Hannah Berry, but beyond her, last year's champion and the year before that, Ash Gentle, 8 minutes now the gap. We hoped it might come down, perhaps to give Ash a chance, but it's going up.
Yeah, that's been the really interesting take for me, is that Ashleigh Gentle is now 1 minute further behind Kate Woff than she was when she exited T2. Now, as the motos go under the trees there, but we are still 9 kilometres from the finish, so it's not close. But with the way that Jess Learmont has struggled on the run so far, and the fact that Kate Woff appears to be the fastest mover on course, she's now got a gap of 5 minutes and 24 seconds back to second place. I mean, this is the stuff that dreams are made of for your debut on the T100 circuit.
Vicky, how did you break it down in a course like this? You just said you liked 3 laps. What was your mindset in terms of breaking things into chunks, right? Because I mean, that's what we all do. I'm assuming you do the same. That you don't look at 100 Ks that you're about to do, right? You break it down. It's 2 laps of the swim. I always used to do mathematical equations and kind of like try and break it down and just in my head keep myself occupied in the moment. How did you do it?
Yeah, I mean, when you're earlier on in the race, it's like, okay, I'm over 50% of the way through now, and this is, you know, percentage of the way I am, and okay, 1 lap left and we're getting off the bike, and here we are with Ashleigh Gentle. So, as I said, not moving in quite the same way that we've seen her previously, but still ticking along nicely. But for me, yeah, I just always really liked a 3-lap course. 4 felt a lot, but 3 felt okay, you know, and that was just something that suited me.
Getting eyes on Ash Gentle here, who we know is somebody who does extremely well in the heat. It does seem that she probably doesn't have the day of all days. Never discount her, but right now she is looking a little stiff to me. She's not moving as
exactly
well,
what I was thinking,
smoothly.
Jan. It's not the fluid Ashleigh that we have seen at times when she's ran down those 5.5+ minute deficits. She just looks so immaculate. Her technique, the motion is so smooth, a little bit stiff through the shoulders. The stride looks a little bit short and choppy from this angle. And so probably not having her absolute best day out there on the run. And she did say to me when I saw her at breakfast this morning that she hasn't really put her foot down on the run. And so she was sort of hoping that she'd done enough to come here and put down a good performance. But she really wants to build through the season. She's someone who is really looking at that sort of season-long narrative and thinking, I've got to peak later on in the year. And so she wants to be at her best in the back half of the season. Was hoping, as I said, she's done enough for this one, but I think she'll probably go away and reassess and think that maybe she just wasn't quite where she needed to be to contend today.
Well, that's always the thing, right? You want to come out the gates burning and running. But the thing is also, sometimes the first race particularly, getting that taper, so the last preparation, the last weeks of preparation right, can be extremely tricky because the workload over the winter is much higher. So you need a little bit more time to freshen up. And for those kilometers that you kind of put down as your foundation over the off-season to really take effect, can be something tricky to get right for the first race. Again, especially if you know you want to be fit all season long.
It's one of the nuances of having a series that determines the world champion rather than a one-day race. You've got to figure out what's your best tactic to go well across the whole season. Is it to try and come out the gates in race one and be incredible, as we're seeing here from Kate Woff? I think we can slightly ignore those paces because even eyeballing that, I can tell you she's not running 2:54 per kilometre. She's running well, but she's not quite running that well. So maybe we'll just ignore that graphic for now. But yeah, do you try and be that person who comes out and puts a brilliant score on the board in race one, or do you pace yourself across the whole year because you know you've got to perform in a lot of races late on in the season, and it's just different tactics to different athletes?
Well, objectively speaking, you know that Qatar gives you a significant amount of more points than this would, and December is a very long time to go for a season, what triathletes are used to, right? This is redefining the sports and the depths of fields, but it's also redefining what an actual season length is. That's kind of speaking on 8 months, which is great for us fans, but it's a new challenge for the athletes for sure.
And with Kate, she started in February. So Kate raced in the Abu Dhabi World Series in the middle of February. So whilst she's looking like she's going to be our champion here today in Singapore, for her to replicate that late on in the year, she's doing that nearly 10 months later. That's a real challenge for Kate.
Absolutely it is, and that's the thing though, where do you come out? Do you come out with a subjective? Do you come out with a statement? Do you try and intimidate? I mean, no doubt, even Taylor Knibb would be sitting at home right now looking at these images thinking, ooh, I didn't expect that. I mean, there is a true challenge there, and somebody that's putting in gaps that we haven't even seen from Taylor. I mean, this is currently almost a 6-minute lead. That's a long way.
And I think at this point, actually, I've just been looking at the leaderboard as you've been talking there. It seems like Hannah Berry is the athlete that we could be looking at moving up into quite soon, I would imagine, 4th place. I think it looks like she's going to take Jess Learmonth any second, but is she going to be able to do some damage on Lucy Charles-Barclay and Lisa Perter running in 2nd and 3rd? So there she is, just going in the opposite direction. She's having an absolutely brilliant race, and you know, we've spoken about her a couple of times today. This isn't the distance she's renowned for. She's known as a full iron distance for long distance athlete, but she's really taken this contract seriously and really decided to go all in on trying to make herself into the best middle distance athlete she can. What a race she's having for her debut on T100 as well.
Little smile there from Jess.
So that pass has happened.
Yeah,
that pass has already happened. Hasn't quite caught up on our screen yet, but that pass has happened.
And Ash Gentle not far behind Jess Learmonth either, as you can see just there, yeah.
Well, we can see on the times on the boards here that Lisa Perter is still in 2nd. Yep, now we've got it right way around. Yeah. So we've got 2 basically short distance athletes being discovered as the new stars currently as the series stands. And yeah, that is again the chance, I think, also the opportunity of the T100. It's just an amazing chance for athletes to build themselves athletically, but also build their brands, because this kind of coverage is just not what we're used to seeing.
And someone like Lisa Perter as well, she's raced short course for an incredibly long time, but in short course racing, her swim just wasn't quite there, so that she often missed the pack. And as we know, with short course, you can draft, and if you don't get there out of the swim, it's incredibly hard to make it back there. And that was something that sort of impeded her throughout most of her short course career. But in this middle distance racing, she has a chance to show what she can do on the bike and the run, because she's actually in the race. She can use the length of the race and the fact that you're racing totally on your own. She can use that to keep moving through the field. And there we go, Ashleigh Gentle just making the pass on Jess Learmonth, and Jess looked like she was about to stop, but she sort of carried on again. She
felt the heat of the motorbike coming.
Oh yeah, she'll be telling that motorbike to get away from her, I think. But yeah, there we go, another little stopping moment.
I mean, just put us, oh, and sunglasses off. I mean, just put us in the mindset, though, of Jess now. She's worked so hard to get to this point. She'll be wanting to finish, won't she, so desperately, but her body perhaps is telling her no.
I don't think it's telling her no. I mean, there's a lot going on there, and every fiber of your body wants to give up. But I firmly believe, you know, the athletes that really shine, they're not the ones that want it the most. They're the ones that hate losing the most. And this is something that will keep that fire going, because if she gives up, going to the hotel room is going to be infinitely tougher than if she goes and just toughs it out here. And if it takes her another 50 minutes to get to the finish line for these last 10 Ks.
She will absolutely want to finish this race. You know, this is the first time that she's come away from her son. He's 18 months old now, and the other couple of races she got out last season before she got injured, she went to with her son. Every time she's been on a training camp, she's gone with her son and her partner John, of course. And to come here without them, I know, is something that she was incredibly anxious about beforehand, and she didn't want to come here and it not be worth her while. And so I'm sure that'll be going through her head as well. She'll be thinking, I do not want to go back having not finished this race.
Well, I think as a parent, it changes your perspective a little bit. I mean, certainly it did for me in terms of making sure you get the most out of everything. And other than points and prize money being on the line here, you just don't throw away days the way that you used to. It's not just another day, because you realize you have to fight for these days infinitely harder. So I really hope that is giving her the strength in these last 10 Ks that she has to go, to also realize I'm doing it for more than myself.
Yeah, I can only imagine what she is thinking, but I would be surprised if her son Fred is not in her mind as she's going to those depths of her soul to try and drag herself around to the finish.
Brilliant support from the fans as Kate Woff makes her way to, well, almost finished this second lap. And let's just talk about the challenge then to Kate. I mean, you know, she's got, oh, sorry, we'll come back to that in a sec as we see Jess still walking. This is tough to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not nice to see someone just clearly really battling with every part of their body, every fibre of their being, willing themselves to carry on when everything is telling you to stop. And yeah, it's difficult viewing.
So what can stand between Kate Woff now and victory? What are the factors that might prevent her from emerging as our Singapore T100 champion?
I mean, I don't want to say it's over, but not much, I think, at this point. I mean, I would say she's still got just over, 1 lap to go, and she's now just dipped into that unknown territory. So this is the distance, this is the point of the race where she has never been before. She's never gone this far in the run. So, of course, we've still got that unknown side of things, but the way she has held herself together up until this point, the way she has extended that lead, in fact, on the other athletes, as we're seeing now, over 6 minutes she has on Lisa Pertera. I mean, she's going to have so much time to have some kind of struggles on that last lap that I'm finding it harder and harder to believe anything could stand in her way.
That being said,
come on, Jan.
Come on,
give
Jan.
me something.
No, look at Yuri Kulin last year, who had a similar standout performance. No one had him on the radar, absolutely blew everyone out of the field, and he made it to the finish line and not 1 centimeter further. He was carried from that finish line. And I don't want to know what really was going through his head 100 meters before the finish line, because that's close. I mean, that's very close.
He says he doesn't remember, right? So I don't know how he managed to will himself to the finish line, but I would say that was a slightly closer race than we're seeing here today. And she looks totally composed, doesn't she? She looks hot. Well, you wouldn't be hot, right? I mean, why wouldn't you be hot? It is ridiculously hot out there. Of course she looks hot. But she looks good.
Is there a part of her at this point, look, she's got 6 minutes in the lead, does she start to ease off to try and mitigate perhaps that feeling later on in the race of potentially blowing up? Or you can't think like that as a professional athlete?
Jan wouldn't. Jan would push all the way to the finish line.
No. I eased off when I had the chance. I would definitely try and ease off. I mean, that's just something, again, if you don't have to go as deep.
Protect the season, right?
You have to protect the season. It could easily be a few days sooner that you get into training. It makes travel easier, because everybody thinks you're sitting on a plane, you're not doing anything. You're not recovering, you know. Tests have been done travel day is sort of like a heavy training day in terms of the load it takes on your body, and that's straight after a race. Any little bit will help in order to get back on your feet sooner for this, indeed, very challenging season.
And it is no doubt a benefit to Kate that she, and I'm not saying she's not trying hard, and I'm not saying she's dug incredibly deep to do what she's doing so far, but the fact that she will know that buffer that she's got, that is a huge advantage, and she can really measure her effort over this last lap. And yeah, whilst I joke that you would never do that, Jan, because of the ultimate competitor that you are, it's smart racing. It's smart racing, knowing you've got a long season ahead, and just get yourself to the finish line and take that tape. And that was the perfect example of that. Kate there is not in distress, but she's taking the time to go through that aid station, to pick up her own special needs, to take on a gel, and she's done that slowly, calmly, because she's got the time to do it. She didn't have to rush there, and now she's back moving smoothly again.
Yeah, indeed. When she took a walk, you could definitely see that, you know, she's not itching or panicking to get back out there. But Lucy still looking good from these images that we see. I mean, you also have to think in terms of where she's running. She's holding off everyone bar Lisa. And, you know, she's outrunning Ash at this point in time, which is something that she hasn't done before. So I think it's a decent foundation to build the season on.
Yeah, I think that's actually a part of the race that's worth looking at, because Hannah Berry is now 1 minute and 5 seconds behind Lucy Charles-Barclay. So with a lap to go, that's 6 kilometers and 1 minute, you know, that could come down. And that's where, whilst Lucy looks good, she looks smooth, and she looks like she's running well, she has to be very careful, because Hannah Berry could really close that gap over this last lap.
Well, these are vital points, aren't they, in the race to Qatar? If you're Lucy Charles-Barclay and you get a 3rd place here, that could be absolutely invaluable later on in the season. We know that they've got to race 5 races this year. You see Lucy, a bit like Kate Roth, taking her time in the transition zone, rather. Sorry, in the aid station, and making sure. Oh, she makes it 2 from 2.
But she doesn't have the energy to celebrate anymore. And you could hear the spectators in the background there. You're looking good. You're almost there. All these little white lies, as I like to call them. You know it's not true. You know you're not looking good anymore. And that's what makes this sport. I mean, right now, the inner dialogue she's going through, the positive talk, that's what makes or breaks these kind of races. And it's tough. She's hurting. You can tell with every fiber. She wants to get to that finish line. And again, that's what makes her the champion that she is. She keeps going, digging in, going deep.
I wonder how those fans on the side make a difference to professional athletes in a way that they make a difference to amateur athletes. We know there's going to be thousands of amateur athletes taking part in the T100 this year, always very well supported. How much of a difference does it make to you pros?
For me, I think this is individual, but I would say for me personally, it made a big difference. I think when you go through those sections where there are a lot of people present and they're cheering you along and they might be shouting your name, it just gives you a boost. And on those courses where you've got sections that you're struggling, or days when you're not having a great day, you sort of almost hang on for the moments where there are people to give you a bit of a boost, and you use anything possible to bring your level up, or to help you get through a dark moment. And so the fact, there we go, perfect example of that there. That will no doubt, Lucy would have heard that will help her as she goes forward.
The question is whether it helps you, or whether at some stage it's also, you're not going to let yourself down when there's a crowd there. There's
people are there cheering you on. You owe it to them, right?
Yeah, they're standing in the heat.
Stepping in and out. We got first and second. Is that first and? Yes, that is first and second. So we got Lisa Pertra going the other way. Wow, that is a long way. That is a long, long way.
And Kate will know that, won't she? She'll know that distance in her head and be able to compute that and maybe start to think about the finish line.
Yeah, I wonder if she has allowed herself to kind of think that far ahead yet. I mean, in a race like this, and well, any race really, you never try to get too far ahead of yourself. You try to just think about as we see, yeah, of course, Kate Woff going in the other direction to Lucy Charles-Barclay, but you try to just focus on each moment, the processes that you're going through, do all the little things right. Lisa Pertra giving a little smile there as she goes through with 1 lap to go.
One cap, I don't know how it's not annoying her.
Yeah.
Just bouncing up and down.
Yeah, I think the visor would be annoying me. I'm not sure about, as Matt was talking, any of the aerodynamics or anything of it, but I think we need to get her a more secure hat, or maybe just a smaller hat that fits her head a little bit better. But yeah, no, just to finish that point about what you're thinking about, I think you obviously don't want to think too far ahead. You've got to stay in the moment. You've got to focus on what you're doing, but there comes a point where you allow yourself to just dream for a second, and I think Kate's got to be at that point now. She's 4.5 kilometers to the finish. She's over 6 minutes in the lead. She's extending her lead every lap. I think she's now dreaming of that tape.
She's pretty much 2 kilometers up the road,
It's
which
insane.
is, you know, they're just going over the blue carpet now. They've got that whole out and back piece around the back of the marina to go. Yeah, that's a comfortable position to be in a race.
Do you think Kate Woff, I mean, I'm sure Alex will ask her after the race, but do you think she will have sat at breakfast this morning thinking, I've got this. This is a race that I can really, really win?
I don't think that she will have thought that, but I don't think any of our athletes are probably that confident, whilst they do obviously have some confidence in themselves. I do know that Kate is quite a confident girl, though, so I think she very much has belief in her abilities. She will also know that this distance is so unknown to her that she will have dared to dream, but whether she will have actually thought on her first go at it, she was going to not just crack it, but crack it by such a huge margin that she was going to win like this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see quite a lot of emotion from Kate at the finish. I think we're going to see her really let it all out there as she realizes what she's done, because I think it's going to take a moment to sink in. I think what's really interesting today is first place obviously is one of our hot shots, brand new to the series, never raced the T100 before. Kate taking on as much fluid as she possibly can here. She really knows she's got lots of time to do that, and just doing all the right things to get herself to the finish line in the best position or the best place physically as she possibly can. But in second place today, we've also got a wild card in Lisa Pertra, so she doesn't have a contract either in the series. And so she will have only known again for 4 or 5 weeks or so that she was racing here, and she loves these conditions. She raced well over the middle and long distance at the end of last season when she first sort of stepped up to it. But really, this is 2 new stars of our series that are being born here today with Lisa Pertra and Kate Woff.
Yeah, Lisa Pertra ranked 57th on the PTA ranking, so a tremendous performance from her, and I'm sure we'll see a bit more of her on the T100 this year.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised to see her getting a few more wild cards, as we're just taking on now Lucy Charles-Barclay, again taking her time through that aid station.
Hannah Berry within a minute now, and Ashleigh Gentle coming through another minute further back there. Yeah, you can see she's ticking the box to get it done, get it finished, but I think her hopes of a great performance seem a little bit diminished.
I think now might be a good time to talk about Taylor Spivey. Now, I was
just about to mention her.
I'm a mind reader, Matt. I mean, I didn't see where she came off the bike, but it wasn't inside the top 10. And she has moved up to 6th place. And she's now only, well, less than a minute behind Ashleigh Gentle.
She was 11th off the bike.
There we go. So she's 11th off the bike. I think she might even be moving fastest on course. I think she might be moving if she was 11th off the bike, she's definitely moving fastest on course. So she is the fastest runner right now. Here we go, eyes on as we talk about her. And she looks good. She looks very in control, nice cadence, nice smooth style.
I mean, she's another athlete who's raced this year. She was in Abu Dhabi, finished 13th.
That's right. And
also had a very strong run split there. I think she was second fastest on course there.
So she is quite possibly going to find herself up another position or 2 by the end of this run.
Oh my God, imagine that. Running onto the podium is a long way, but she looked very smooth and very strong.
She by far looked the best runner we've seen so far out on course. I mean, of course, Kate's looked smooth and in control all day and hasn't been challenged, so she hasn't really had to, I don't think, go to the very depths of what she's capable of. But Taylor is fighting for every position, and she's doing it incredibly well right now. Moving up that distance so far is really impressive.
Well, how does the old saying go? A race is the ultimate test of endurance, as we see Taylor Spivey going the other way. A race is the ultimate test of endurance for everyone bar the winner. You just don't know, and especially Kate at this stage, you know,
Well,
she's pushing
don't know,
herself,
do we?
but
No.
she is not being pushed, and that's really what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, I think we will eagerly anticipate the return of Taylor Knibb, just to see what will happen when we throw her back into the mix as well. And
Kate Woff v Taylor Knibb.
yeah, that's
the new rivalry.
That's the new showdown we all want to see. That's what the fans want to see. And you know, Kate's done an absolutely fantastic job today. Taylor has been so dominant over this distance when we've seen her race, and so yeah, let's put them head to head and see what happens.
I know professional athletes talk a lot about focusing on your own journey, focusing on yourself, but Dan, you mentioned it earlier, Taylor Knibb will be watching this race and she'll have seen what Kate's done. What do you think she'll be thinking?
Well, Taylor Knibb is someone who is so incredibly mature and so incredibly analytic of performances. She'll be looking at exact splits. She'll be looking at weak points she can explore. She'll be looking at what she needs to do. The interesting thing is, for me, seeing this live without looking at any data, it seems a pretty flawless performance. So it really is something that I think she would probably even getting motivation from, to be, and really, you know, getting somewhere. We've got the fastest swim splits here. Jess Learmont leading them out. Lucy Charles-Barclay, Julie Duron, Kate Woff right there. I mean, right there. Again, speaking no weakness. Taylor Spivey was a few steps behind. Took on more ice than I've ever seen anyone take on in transition one.
She used that full bucket of ice, didn't she?
Here we go. We've got the analysis from the team. Lisa Perterer. Wow. Fastest bike split. Kate Woff, second fastest. Jess leading all day. Only third fastest bike split. Then Berry and Watkinson rounding out the top 5 on the run, on the bike, sorry. And we're seeing the run unfold at the moment. So it's a very strong performance all around.
It is, and just to tip back in there to Taylor Knibb. Taylor Knibb and Kate Woff have raced against each other since they were junior athletes. They're a very similar age, and I know that, I think it was the 2018 World Championships, they were both on the podium in the junior race. I say junior race rather than under 23 race, it's testing my memory, but they both finished on the podium in that race with Taylor winning, so they know each other incredibly well. So now we've got the run splits up on the side of the screen. This is obviously the average pace of the run. So if that's correct, Kate Woff is running a 3:13 pace. I think that might be slightly out, especially when we look at the lower paces. You've got Taylor Spivey there with 3:40, whereas we know, well, we're pretty sure we know that Taylor Spivey is actually running faster than Kate Woff. So I think we can perhaps take Kate Woff's pace there with a pinch of salt and maybe look at the others. Meg McDonald having a fantastic run. We've not seen a huge amount of what she's up to, but she is there in 11th place. So some averaging around 3:40, 3:41 for those girls.
And again, statistically, these conditions are slower by actually fairly consistently, roughly 9%. So what we're hearing, that athletes taking 10 to 15 watts off their overall power is probably even a little bit conservative. We see the overall race times being 8 to 9% slower in these kind of conditions around Singapore. So if you're looking for a best time, it's a tough terrain to make it, that's for sure. As we see Lucy, super calm, collected. She wants to finish on this podium.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of data, I guess, from last year's racing, and we know that Ashleigh Gentle was the fastest runner on that day, and she ran a 1:09.10, whereas we know in races later on in the series, she ran about a 63, I think, so big difference there. Lucy Charles-Barclay last year ran a 1:16, So again, we've got athletes that we can directly compare what they've done this year with what they did last year. And again, when we get to the end and we see what sort of splits Kate Woff and the likes of Taylor Spivey put out, we can compare and see whether they're on a similar pace to the athletes who won last year.
You mentioned that the toughest part of the course is the downhill on the final lap. How does our current leader Kate Woff look, Jan?
That is the first time we've seen her take a few ginger steps, the head slightly leaning back, the hips forward. That is just exactly that eccentric load that just goes through your quads, the big muscles around the front of your legs. And that's what's going to give you a nice reminder for the next couple of days after the race.
But the relief she will now feel at being down that hill for the final time. Now she is on the flat all the way back to the finish line. She's done that far turn at the far U-turn at the turnaround point. She's now within the final 3K. So this has got to feel pretty good. Take those sore ginger quads out of it. I think she's going to feel pretty good right now.
She'll be feeling like her share of $1 million, which is where the prize money is slowly but surely going. And she's about to lap Els Visser just for another icing on the cake.
I mean, Els was third here last year. So, I mean, Els is an athlete who loves this course and loves these conditions, but we touched upon this earlier, Jan. She chose to race in South Africa last weekend and try and do the full Ironman there. Now, she didn't actually finish that race. She'd been a bit ill beforehand, pulled the pin on the marathon, but clearly showing today that may have been a mistake, trying to go over and do that race and then make your way over to Singapore. Whereas last year she turned up here having not raced immediately beforehand and shocked everyone, including herself, she said, by finishing on the podium.
You would think she might have prioritised this race more from the sense of she knew she got on the podium last year. She knew what it took to be successful here in Singapore. She adapted to the challenging conditions really well. Surprised to see her perhaps make that decision to go to Ironman last year.
And she's got a contract this year as well.
Yeah.
After the racing she did last year, she earned her contract here in the T100, whereas last year she didn't have a contract. So, yeah, I am surprised. I would have thought this would be a race that would be kind of the top of her list to come back to and to try and come back to in really good shape.
In her defense, though, she does love racing. Like, she just
she
struggles to
lot,
step away
she?
from it, but she just loves to race a lot.
15 times in 2024. I knew I could get that stat in. There we go. 15 times she raced, and that is, well, I'm pretty sure comfortably more than most of the athletes in this field by some way.
That was, again, Lucy Charles-Barclay running in the opposite direction to Kate Woff. So as we see Kate Woff on her way back on the final lap, Lucy Charles-Barclay still has to head out, do that lap of the barrage, up the hill, down the hill. Her quads, I'm sure, will be burning too as she comes back down that hill, and then they'll make their way back along this path that we're seeing Kate Woff run now.
So Jan's made his way out the commentary box. He's going to head down to the finish line to join Alex.
Kate now only 1.5 kilometres from the finish line, and whilst this might feel like the longest 1.5 kilometres of her life, being again, we keep saying it's such a greater distance than she's ever competed against, this will also probably be the most memorable 1.5 kilometres of her career. She is about to do something she has never done before. She's about to win a high-class World Series race, a T100 World Series race. This is going to be the biggest achievement of her career to date.
Yeah, make no mistake, she has arrived on the T100, and the irony not lost there on me, certainly, as she passed Ashleigh Gentle for, well, where's Ash sitting at the moment? In 5th.
It's the old guard meets the new guard in a lot of ways, wasn't it?
New queen of Singapore.
Yeah, she is. She's going to take that title from Ashleigh Gentle. And whilst we knew it was far from sewn up that Ashleigh Gentle was going to walk away with it today, I'm not sure too many of us would have put Kate's name forward as the one who would not only win, but win by such a huge margin. That gap is now out to 6.5 minutes. She's got 7 minutes and 50 seconds on Lucy Charles-Barclay, and the fight really is behind, because that gap between Lucy Charles-Barclay and Hannah Berry is still coming down, and it is down to 27 seconds. So it was about a minute with a lap to go. I think Hannah Berry now is on target to overtake Lucy Charles-Barclay. And behind that, again, we've got Taylor Spivey looking ever likely to catch Ashleigh Gentle. She's brought that gap down to just under 15 seconds. So I think we're going to see a couple of further changes, maybe even a change on the podium with Hannah Berry possibly looking like she's going to make it up to Lucy Charles-Barclay. But right now, this win looks all but done for Kate Woff.
Yeah, these are vital places and vital points in the race to Qatar, which we are going to crown, of course, our Race to Qatar champion come the end of the year as the marshal does a quick run and duck to get the water bottle out of the way. And I'm sure
just made it out of the way,
yeah,
didn't they?
I'm sure Kate will have actually appreciated that, because the last thing she wants to do is stand on anything at this point in the race.
Just looking at her footprints, you can see how wet her feet are, because she's leaving wet footprints as she goes along the floor there. So yeah, unsurprising with the amount of water and ice and sponges they're using to dunk over themselves. There we go, that's it. That's the moment where she knows she is about to win, and she's got to just keep it together for 1 kilometre, but it's so lovely to see that smile. She is delighted, and she should be. This is the performance of a lifetime, and she's about to become our Singapore T100 champion.
Yeah, if there was any doubt on how she is feeling, mentally, physically, I think that smile, that wave to the camera just proves that she's got this, and she's got this comfortably.
Yeah, she's almost having a moment with the moto driver and the cameraman on the motos, and she deserves that. She's got the time to soak this up. She is a hot shot. She's come in with a hot shot contract. She's never raced this distance before. She is unknown. She was not on many people's radars before today, but she has delivered over every discipline today. She's been astonishing, and she's going to win the race by just such a huge margin. I'm so impressed with what she's done today. Hands on the head there, a little moment of, wow, this is really happening to me, and she's soaking it all in.
This is what it means to Kate Woff, who's currently leading the T100 in Singapore and is very much on to become our champion right here. Lovely pictures.
Yeah, that was really special. You don't often get that moment where you can just sort of almost look at the camera and smile and take it in and absorb it all and say, I'm really doing this, I'm about to win. And for her to get that is so amazing, so special. And I did say, I think we're going to see a bit of an outpouring of emotion, and I expect to see a lot more of that once she does cross the finish line.
But a bit like we were saying about how she's been in short course for so long, she won't have experienced this feeling, being at the front, not having anyone behind her for 6-7 minutes. This is a new feeling for Kate Woff.
Oh yeah, running solo for this long, doing a couple of high fives there as she goes. Why not give those high fives to the crowd? They've been cheering her on all day. They've been supporting her. But yeah, in short course racing, you're so rarely this distance away from anybody, whether it's in front or behind. And she's got this moment now to sort of absorb it all. She's got time to have a dinner and a snack and everything, you know, a cup of tea if she likes, read a newspaper at the finish line, or maybe just soak it all in and chat to Alex.
I think she'd probably rather an ice cream at this stage. That would be her preference, but she's not thinking about that right now because she enters onto the blue carpet here in Singapore. This has been a tremendous performance from Great Britain's Kate Woff. She's doing high fives with the biggest smile in Singapore right now, right on her face. The applause of everyone as Kate Woff wins the T100 here in Singapore, takes the tape and raises it in the air in celebration. What a performance from Kate Woff, who I think is just starting to understand what she's just achieved.
What a smile that was. And there we go. I thought we might see that emotion as she just really starts to think about what she's done today. I think this is the sort of day you dream of for such a long time in your career, and she's got so many more years ahead of her at just 26 years old. We have seen a star born today.
Do you think she can believe it? I felt like when we looked at those shots, it's just sinking in. It's just starting to realise that she is our champion here in Singapore.
Yeah, I think she's going to be a bit stunned. I'm so fascinated to wait and hear what she says in her interview with Alex and how she analyses the day she's had. I don't think she's going to be anything other than delighted, possibly a little bit shocked, but yeah, I think she is just starting to realise the level that she's gone to today on what has to be the greatest day of her sporting career.
And she looks pretty good, I have to say. I mean, she's looked pretty flawless all day as the tears.
Yeah, there they are.
Tears begin.
I felt like they would come. I know Kate relatively well, and as I've raced with her on short course racing over the years, been on many teams with her, and I know what it means to her. She works incredibly hard, and she's not afraid to make big, bold changes and moves in her life to try and make things happen. And this is the culmination of that for her. Doing what she's done today is so, so special. And we'll wait to get some confirmation on it, but we're not sure. This might be the biggest winning margin we've ever seen in T100.
And I think she can scarcely believe that no one has come through the finish line after her. We've got eyes now on Lisa Pertera, who is going to finish in second, we think, in this race, but there's still a fair old distance between her and the finish line. Kate Wolf has got time for that ice cream.
Yeah, I think a few minutes left till Lisa Pertera hits the finish chute, but she's another athlete who is going to be absolutely delighted with this today. As we said, she is a wild card athlete, not one of our contracted athletes. She came in relatively last minute. We know she loves these conditions, but she wouldn't have been someone many people had their eyes on. And so for her to come here now and to put her stamp down in the way that she has done, to step up from short course after years of struggling with the swim speed in the short course racing, to show her strength over the bike and run, she's going to be so delighted. And as I said it earlier, I'll say it again, we are going to see more of her. There is no question that she's going to achieve or be awarded more wild cards as the season goes on, and we're going to get to see more of this young woman, and that's a pretty exciting prospect too.
Yeah, she won an Ironman 70.3 in Cozumel last year. She also came second in Cozumel at their Ironman also last year. I think she can add Singapore to Cozumel as places that she's a big fan of.
And I think it's interesting, again, it's another athlete that had nothing to lose here today and absolutely everything to gain. They sort of flew under the radar in the same way that Kate did, running and racing totally free, without expectation, no pressure. And both Kate and Lisa have raced short course for a long time, and there does come pressure with that pressure, whether it be from federations or from sponsors, or to protect your starts within your federation, because we can only have a maximum of 5 athletes per nation racing in short course. So there's all these different pressures that come with it, and when you're not getting the results that you want, it becomes incredibly difficult. It's a real mental game to find yourself again, and seeing both Lisa and Kate step up into this distance and be so good on debut, I think just shows how free they're racing and how happy they are and what they're doing right now.
It's an exciting leaderboard for the season ahead, isn't it? Kate Wolf up in first place, and Lisa Pertera in second, and Lucy Charles-Barclay in third as things stand, and Hannah Berry, Taylor Spivey just behind them. So some new faces and some new names at the top of the T100
Certainly
standards.
is, absolutely, and I don't think anybody would have called this podium today. So what's going to happen in the next race? You know, what's going to happen when we get to San Francisco? Who's going to pop out on top there? Are we going to see Taylor Knibb back racing? Is that going to shake things up again? It's the beauty of a series like this. Completely different race dynamics in San Francisco, with much, much cooler temperatures, really cold water for the swim, hilly bike course, but a technical bike course there. So very, very different, suits different athletes. And yeah, we could see a completely different podium come San Francisco.
Yeah, the beauty of this series is no race is the same. Maybe if we had 9 races in Singapore, we might get a similar outcome. But each course is different, has different challenges, different climates, will favour different athletes. And that's what makes the T100 so exciting in 2025.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look a little bit further back down the field and see what's going on with that battle sort of for 3rd, 4th, 5th place. It's looking like Lucy Charles-Barclay has been able to put her foot down just a little bit again now and looks to be a little bit more secure in 3rd place. She's got a gap of around 35 seconds or so now on Hannah Berry, and this is Hannah Berry here in fourth. And while she might not be able to catch Lucy Charles-Barclay, I think she is also going to be delighted with her performance today. Fourth place in these conditions in a world-class field. I just think she's going to be really proud of what she's done.
How does it set you up for the year ahead, getting a good result like this in one of your early races?
Oh, it's everything. Putting that confidence down, it just means the world. And I'll stop talking about that now, though, because we're just about to see Lisa Perterer, who's going to be another very happy girl.
She certainly is. She's very, very happy to do high fives at this stage in the race. She had a big smile on her face, actually, in the transition zone as she was going through there. And that smile is right back on the face of the Austrian. Fantastic to see. Lisa Perterer, second place here in Singapore.
And she's another athlete, just like Kate Woff, who this is, without doubt, the biggest performance of her career. There is no question that this is the best she's ever raced.
Last numbers for the first. Yeah. We were very excited. I had nothing to expect, you know. I just went to the bike. Water on top of it. Yeah. All I did was eating, drinking, eating, drinking.
All she did was eating, drinking, eating, drinking.
Very good strategy. I think it's done her very, very well.
There you go. If you're watching at home and fancy doing a T100 race, top tips on how to succeed. So Lucy Charles-Barclay, it was...
She's going to hold on here.
Yeah. It was second last year in Singapore. She's asking for some cheers from the crowd, and they're richly deserved. It's going to be a third place in 2025. A brilliant start to the year for Lucy Charles-Barclay, who will have her sights on the race to Qatar later in the year. She goes over the finish line.
And we can already see in the background Hannah Berry coming in, so fantastic to see Lucy Charles-Barclay back and back on a podium. She nearly always finishes on the podium when she's in the racing. And Hannah Berry behind her, there we go, what a happy athlete, and I'm just not surprised to see that smile, because this has been another great performance.
So fourth place for Hannah Berry here in Singapore. She can add that to a pretty impressive start to the season. She's got a second place in Geelong. And that's a brilliant start to 2025.
And I think a real testament to showing what you can do when you focus on a distance in particular, because she has said that her main focus this year has been to try and find some of that speed and see what she could do on this distance, and what confidence that'll give her going through the season. We're going to see in a minute, I think, Taylor Spivey, she's moved herself up into fifth place, as we see just lovely images there of Lucy Charles-Barclay giving Kate Woff a nice hug. That's two Brits on the podium today.
So, Taylor Spivey on the blue carpet. So Taylor Spivey coming home to finish in fifth position here in Singapore. Puff of the cheeks.
I think that's her highest placing so far, because obviously she raced last season as a hot shot, so she raced at the end of the season then in our series, but that was, I think, her best race so far, her best result.
Equals Las Vegas.
There we go, Las Vegas. There we go, so equaled her best result, but she ran through the field so well today.
So the Queen of Singapore in 2024, the Queen of Singapore in 2023 can only manage a sixth place in 2025. Still a brilliant performance from Ashleigh Gentle, but I'm sure she will have perhaps wanted more at the start of the day.
And the first athlete that sort of crossed the line not looking super happy with their race.
All right, let's get some reaction. Down with Alex.
Thank you very much indeed. That is quite some way to make a statement. Welcome, Kate, to the T100. One win, one race off the back of it. And I think the biggest winning margin, which was your point that you were making as we were standing here early on, just break that down. Break that down for us today, your performance.
I don't understand. I'm in so much shock right now.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm a bit overwhelmed.
We saw you out on the bike. You seemed like you were always within 20 seconds, and I was like, I think you're just riding your own pace. I mean, it was ridiculous the time you were putting into the bunch. How did you feel out there first sort of, well, in this kind of quality of field time trial race?
Yeah, I mean, my power actually wasn't showing up on my watch, so I was a bit like, oh no, I have no idea what I'm doing. So I just kind of, I don't know, had to go off how I felt, and I felt really good, so I pushed it and I tried to go with the pace, and I thought I would learn to regret it on like lap 5, but I actually, yeah, I felt really good, and yeah, I don't know, I'm just so happy. I don't understand.
Straight away you came off, and on the and running, you looked good, you looked smooth. Were you at any stage worried that this is longer than what you're used to, coming off the Olympic campaign, obviously? I know you've done a 70.3 before, but it's just longer. Oh, sorry, did I miss that? Okay, so there we go, first time.
Yeah, it's the longest race I've ever done today. So yeah, I just wanted to set off on the run and get into my rhythm. I was like, okay, I'll do 3K and pick it up if I can. I pretty much walked through every station just to prioritize refueling, and yeah, I don't know, I just felt really good, so I don't understand.
Cool, calm and collected.
I'm not quite sure what showboating looks like in triathlon, but 99k in the bank. Talk us through that last kilometre and the run home.
Oh, I was like, I have to enjoy this. This is the biggest win of my career. Oh yeah?
I'm going to roll it in for you. But just tell us what you were thinking and how much you were enjoying the moment.
I don't know, it's the biggest win of my career, like I said, so I just wanted to enjoy every moment, and yeah, I guess I just felt really good, and the crowds were incredible. Like the information people were giving me, the support was just amazing, and like, yeah, it just gives me goosebumps. It was just so cool. Yeah, I can't wait for the next one.
Been doing triathlon since your age, 18 years for an overnight success?
Yeah, I've been doing triathlon, yeah, like you said, a long time, and yeah, I'm loving it more every day. So yeah, I'm so happy to be here, so happy to be part of this, and yeah, super grateful.
I'll tell you what would be quite interesting is somewhere, I'm sure, Taylor Knibb is watching this, and a penny for her thoughts right now would be absolutely fascinating. But you have made a heck of a statement here today, as we've said. Tell us about your ambitions within T100 this season.
To be honest, I don't really have any ambition.
You're going to have to redress that quite quickly, I think.
I was like, I just want to try something new, and I don't know, I guess I thought I'd be quite good at it, and yeah, I'm happy that I am, I guess. So yeah, over the moon.
I tell you what else we've got for you is your story of the day as a whole. So just tell us what you were feeling this morning when you woke up, when you got down to the start line, and at what point you found your rhythm. Talk us through some of your highlights.
Yeah, I mean, I felt good across everything today. It was just one of those days where everything just seemed to fall into place, and yeah, I felt like I had really good positive mentality throughout the whole day, and yeah, I guess.
Was there a challenging point at all where you had to go more towards willpower rather than strategy?
I don't know. I just felt really good today. I can't lie.
When you're having fun, it's hard to avoid success.
I was genuinely having quite a lot of fun out there. I was like, when we were like hitting over 60k an hour on the bike, I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. But yeah, I'd also like to give a quick shout out to like all the people that have supported me into this race. My coach Luca, my family, the K2K training group in Copenhagen, who I've been training with over the last 5 weeks. They've just been amazing, and I'm just so grateful. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
It's like an Oscars acceptance speech, and quite rightly so off the back of that performance. How do you celebrate tonight, if at all?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll be lying in bed a bit crippled, to be honest.
Glory has a bit of a price in this sport, doesn't it?
Stairs or elevator for the next week?
Elevator, for sure.
Just a question to you. Have we had a star born here today?
Absolutely. It's been quite a phenomenal race. I don't think we've seen a performance like this as a breakout performance, let alone as a standout. Again, 6 minutes 40, I think, the margin. That's almost double of what we've seen. Incredible in these conditions. Look forward to seeing you more and readdressing your priority list to be with us on the T100 race to Qatar.
Quite a tribute as well from the man alongside that. That's got to mean something, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that means a lot. I've looked up to Jan for a long time. So yeah, it's a pinch me moment, and I hope for many more.
You are a deserving champion. Many, many congratulations. We'll let you can get to an ice bath or take recovery aids, whatever it is you need, Kate. We'll let you step out at this point, but thank you very, very much indeed. A round of applause from all the fans alongside, and rightly so, Matt. We'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. Vicky Holland still alongside me, and a fascinating bit of insight there from our champion here in Singapore, Kate Woff. She doesn't understand.
She definitely doesn't understand what she just did, but she will do. As we see the leaderboard on the side there, Kate Woff, our winner today, takes home the full 35 points. Lisa Purter in second with 28, and Lucy Charles-Barclay in third with 25. So what a start to her campaign. I mean, the quote I like the most was, "I thought I might be quite good at it, and it turns out I am." So, I mean, that's just sums up Kate's day, doesn't it? What an amazing performance from someone who has just stunned themselves and the triathlon world.
All right, well, I think we can get some more reaction down there with Alex. He's with Lisa Purterer.
I am indeed. Jan is nattering away to Lisa. We're going to interrupt the private conversation just to get your view on a gutsy performance today. Give us a mark out of 10 for how you think that went for you today.
Like, I don't know still what to say. Like, I'm so surprised. Like, I didn't have much self-confidence going in the race. I don't know, the last years in like ITU, like I had like a big hard years, and now getting this chance racing in the T100 Tour, I say, I take it. I love the heat. I like the humidity, but still, like, I finished second. I can't believe it. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, the conditions were absolutely tough, but you also made it tough for everyone. Talk us a little bit through that, exactly that journey, right? Hard years that have come. You get handed an opportunity that almost feels like a second career, at least from my perspective it did. How do you make the shift, and how do you prepare yourself through winter, knowing that, you know, there's going to be a new avenue in triathlon to take?
Like, for me this year, like, I didn't know like what I'm gonna do, like if I'm gonna still do some ITU races, gonna do the long distance, maybe get the chance for a T100. But yes, like, I was in like 3.5 weeks in Cozumel for preparation. I love this place. I even won last year, like the 70.3 in similar conditions. So yes, and when I came home from Cozumel, like, I got the news I get the wild card for Singapore, and I was like, okay.
Grab it with both hands.
I had a good preparation for this race, and yeah, I don't know how my season gonna still go, but it feels like a new start for me. Yes.
Well done to you. Welcome in, Lucy. Podium professional. How pleased are you with your performance today?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, after last season, it was just a win to get back on the start line. So to get a podium in the first race back, I'm definitely over the moon. The girls had me working so hard on that run, and I really dug deep to get on that podium. It's all I wanted at the end of the day.
Tell me a little bit about your preparation coming into Singapore as well. How are you feeling? Where is the mindset, and where is the sort of levels of desire this season?
Yeah, I'd had a pretty good block coming in, and then just before travelling out, I got sick, and I wasn't sure if I was going to get on the plane, and I just had done so much work, and I really wanted to get back to racing. I didn't want to have to miss another race in the T100, so I got on the plane, dosed up on vitamin C, and just hoped for the best. So to feel a little bit better to get on the start line, I was confident that I could get through it, but in these conditions, it is just so tough.
And sorry, Jan, you go.
No, time and time again, you show us resilience and the willpower to overcome. And today you were out there, and it was emotional seeing you out there. We saw you fight, we saw you push through. How do you do it? Like, honestly, how do you keep knocking that door down?
Yeah, I mean, it was brutal all day. You probably saw in T2 I had to sit on the floor, every muscle in my leg cramped, and I was like, oh, holy hell, this run is going to be horrific, and just everything was cramping the whole way through. The girls were closing down, and I knew the gaps were so small, and I just had to keep digging, and no, I put in so much work for this that I just can't give up on the day, and yeah, really proud to fight to the end.
Just one more question to you, Lisa, as well, if you don't mind. You mentioned you had no self-confidence coming into today. I wonder how much you've learned and how much your confidence levels will grow off the back of what you've produced.
Yeah, I hope, like, going into the next race, like, I started with much more self-confidence, and yeah, but I need to, after this race, finish second. Yeah, like, I think it gives me a lot of self-confidence. Yeah.
Fantastic. Listen, well done to both of you. Thank you so much for coming and have a word with us. We will catch up with you more in just a moment or two, but Matt, we're going to hand it back up to you for now.
Thank you very much, Alex. I think we can probably thank our lucky stars, shall we say, that the race has neared its conclusion in the last few minutes, because that is what is coming to the people down by the bay. But let's take a look at the standings in the race to Qatar after one race. And of course, our champion here in Singapore, Kate Woff at the top. Not far behind, though, is Lita Pertera of Austria, and Lucy Charles-Barclay rounds off the podium in third. Hannah Berry in fourth, with brilliant performance from her, the same as Taylor Spivey in fifth. Ashleigh Gentle, last year's champion, in sixth. Grace Thek in seventh. Amelia Watkinson in eighth. Marlene de Boer in ninth. And Megan McDonald makes up the final spot in 10th. So final word to you, Vicky, on what we've just seen in Singapore. Kate Woff, she's arrived on the T100, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think it is a case of a star is born, don't you? That was an exhibition today in how to race middle distance racing, and not just how to race middle distance racing, but how to do it in extreme conditions. So the day goes to Kate Woff. What a performance from her. Lisa Pertera, another star just emerging, and lovely to see her talk about how this is a new beginning for her and that she's going to have a bit more confidence in herself. And Lucy Charles-Barclay, hey, what a fighter, knowing that she wasn't 100%, that she's been sick, and she's dug deeper than ever yet again today to round out our podium. Just brilliant viewing all round.
Well, brilliant to have your company today in the commentary box. Vicky, time to hand down to Alex and Jan.
Yes, just a couple of minutes for a few final thoughts. First race of the season, 2 new names on the podium. The T100 is the gift that keeps on coming and keeps on giving. You were talking pre-race about the fact that we've got stacked fields in both the women's and the men's. Evidence today of exactly that.
Absolutely. I mean, no one, I think, would have predicted this kind of podium. The irony of it is, though, however, whilst we've got the biggest winning margin ever, there is no extra points for this. And it's a season-long narrative. We saw it last year. There are extra points handed out at the final, which we're going to see in Qatar. So it's going to be interesting how the ladies, how the field reacts to this kind of performance. A star is definitely born.
Yep.
But no mercy will be given from here on out, I think.
Just wonder if you're calling for bonus points by winning margins. There's something for the organisers to think about. We actually mentioned as well in the interview with Kate, just to wonder what Taylor Knibb will be thinking. Have we potentially got a challenger to the dominance of Knibb last year? Or is it too early to be talking in those terms?
I wouldn't say so. I think that's definitely, the performance today was a standout performance. It's something that we've seen. Especially the way she was still here, you know, she was coherent. It's not like we saw Yuri last year, who also won in a very impressive fashion, but kind of jeopardized the rest of his season, right? Whereas Kate was looking fresh, she was looking good. Yeah. So I definitely think that this is something that will make the rest of the season's racing exciting. And I think it's also something that's going to motivate Taylor to show back up once she's, you know, resolved whatever she's nursing.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing Taylor back before too long. Very quickly, we're actually going to have to go because the weather is about to close in and there is a storm on the way. And I know you have many superpowers, but I'm not sure rejecting lightning is one of them. Just a quick word on what we're going to get tomorrow.
I wonder what the men learned from today's race, but interesting. Again, a very, very deep field. Lots of new faces, athletes coming from the short distance. We've got it all, so make sure you switch on.
Fantastic. Very nice to have your company. Thank you very much indeed for today, Jan. We are back tomorrow an hour later for the men's race here in Singapore. But as Jan has mentioned already, we have had a star born here in Kate the Great. Congratulations to her. A fabulous race. And we'll see you tomorrow for the men's. From all of us, it's goodbye for now.